The seaplane touched down on Flathead Lake just after 9 in the morning on September 14, 1976. The water was still glass smooth from the overnight calm, reflecting the Mission Mountains to the east like they'd been painted on the surface twice. Cole Brennan was standing at the end of his dock when he heard the engine, a distant buzz that grew louder until the Cessna 180 broke the horizon line and descended in a long, shallow arc toward the shore. Cole didn't move. He was 51 years old that September, lean in the way men get when they work with their hands for 30 years and forget to eat lunch half the time. He wore Carhartt work pants stained with mud and motor oil, a flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled to the elbows, and boots that had been resoled twice. His hands were wrapped around a water pump housing he'd been cleaning, and he watched the plane come in with the same expression he used for everything: quiet, patient, and utterly unrevealing. The Cessna taxied toward the dock and cut its engine 20 feet out. The pilot threw a line. Cole caught it without thinking, tied it off on the cleat his father had bolted to the planks in 1952, and waited. The passenger door opened, and a man in a gray suit stepped onto the pontoon. He was younger than Cole by maybe 10 years, clean-shaved, hair styled in a way that suggested a barber who charged more than $5. His shoes were leather wing-tips, polished to a mirror finish. He carried a briefcase in one hand and an optimism in his posture that told Cole this man had never been told no in a way that stuck. The man stepped from the pontoon to the dock and extended his hand. "Mr. Brennan, I'm Victor Ashford. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me." Cole shook the hand once briefly and said nothing. He hadn't agreed to anything. Ashford had called the house 3 times in the past 2 weeks. Ruth had taken the messages. Cole hadn't returned the calls. The appearance of the seaplane was Ashford's way of forcing the conversation, and Cole understood that tactic the way you understand the first move in a chess game you've played 100 times before. Ashford glanced around at the property. 280 acres of Montana lakefront stretching from the water's edge back into ponderosa pine and Douglas fir, most of it visible from where they stood. The cabin sat 100 yards up the slope, a single-story log structure with a stone chimney and a roof that didn't leak anymore because Cole had re-shingled it in 1974. There was a barn, a tool shed, a chicken coop, and not much else. No paved driveway, no landscaping. No indication that anyone with money lived here, which was accurate, because no one with money did. "This is beautiful land," Ashford said. "Absolutely pristine." Cole set the pump housing down on the dock and wiped his hands on his pants. He didn't respond to the compliment because it wasn't a compliment. It was the opening line of a script Ashford had rehearsed, and Cole had no interest in playing his assigned role. "Mr. Brennan, I'll get straight to the point. I represent a development group based in Denver. We're planning a resort community on the north shore of Flathead Lake. Condominiums, a marina, a golf course. The kind of destination property that attracts people from all over the country. We've already secured 1,500 acres, but your property sits right in the center of our planned development. Without it, the whole project loses its anchor." Ashford opened his briefcase and pulled out a folder. Inside were architectural renderings, site plans, and a financial prospectus. He spread them on the dock like a card dealer showing a royal flush. "We're prepared to offer you $425,000 for your 280 acres. That's $1,518 per acre. Comparable lakefront sales in this area are running around $1,080 per acre. We're offering you a 40% premium over market value. Cash sale. We can close in 30 days. Cole looked at the renderings. They showed a cluster of buildings arranged around a central plaza, boats lined up in a marina, people in tennis whites walking manicured paths. In one corner of the artist's sketch, right where his cabin currently stood, there was a clubhouse with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the lake. The caption read Mountain View Lodge. $425,000. The number existed in a space Cole had never occupied. His annual income from well drilling ran between 15 and 20,000, depending on how many jobs he could finish before winter. Ruth made another 9,000 teaching third grade in Kalispell. Together, they cleared maybe 24,000 in a good year, and half of that went to property taxes, truck maintenance, and keeping 2 kids fed. 425,000 was the kind of money that appeared in news articles about lottery winners and bank robberies. It wasn't real in the way a paycheck was real. Cole looked up from the renderings and met Ashford's eyes. "Not for sale." The words came out flat, no inflection, no apology. 2 words that carried the weight of a conclusion reached long before Ashford's seaplane ever touched water. Ashford's smile tightened at the corners, the way smiles do when the script gets interrupted. "Mr. Brennan, I don't think you understand the scope of what we're offering here. This is $425,000. You could buy better land anywhere in Montana with that kind of money. A larger property, modern infrastructure. You'd be set for life." "I don't want better land. I want this land." "This land is going to be a resort community in 5 years whether you sell it or not. The development is coming to this area. We've already started construction on the south parcels. You can sell now at a substantial premium, or you can wait until property taxes and zoning regulations make it financially impossible to keep a single-family residence on lakefront acreage. Either way, the outcome is the same. We're just offering you the chance to profit from the inevitable." Cole bent down and picked up the pump housing. He turned it over in his hands, examining the gasket seat, then set it back down. "Maybe," he said, "we'll see." Ashford tried a different approach. He increased the offer to $475,000 right there on the dock. He offered to lease the land back to Cole for 5 years at no charge before development began. He offered to name the Marina Brennan Point and put a plaque up crediting the family's legacy in the area. Cole said no to each one. Not rudely, not with anger, just no, delivered in the same tone you'd use to decline a second cup of coffee. Ashford packed his renderings back into the briefcase. His smile was gone now, replaced by something harder. "You're making a mistake, Mr. Brennan." "Maybe." $475,000. Think about your family. Think about your children's future. "I am." Ashford stepped back onto the pontoon and untied the line himself. The pilot started the engine. The Cessna backed away from the dock, turned, and accelerated across the lake. It lifted off just before reaching the far shore and banked south toward Missoula. Cole watched it disappear into the haze over the valley, then picked up the pump housing and walked back toward the barn. By the end of the week, the story had made its way through Kalispell. The feed store had it. The hardware store had it. The diner on Main Street had it. By Saturday morning, the consensus was clear. Cole Brennan had turned down $475,000 for lakefront property, and the man had lost his mind. Tom Vickery, who ran the John Deere dealership on Highway 93, was the loudest voice in the conversation. Tom had been trying to sell Cole a new tractor for 15 years and had never gotten past a polite no thanks. The fact that Cole was still running a 1955 Ford 860 with a loader he'd welded himself was a personal insult to Tom's professional identity. He turned down $475,000, Tom said to anyone who would listen, and he's out there drilling wells for $18,000 a year. You know what that tells me? The man doesn't understand the value of money because he's never had any. If he'd sold to Ashford, he could retire today, buy a place in town, live like a king. Instead, he's going to sit on that property until the taxes bury him. At the feed store, the conversation was more measured but arrived at the same conclusion. Harley Pickett, who'd sold cattle feed to 3 generations of ranchers, shook his head and said, Cole's father bought that land for $42 an acre back in '51. It was worthless swamp ground then. Now it's prime lakefront and Cole won't sell for $1,500 an acre. That's not principle. That's stubbornness. And stubbornness doesn't pay the bills. Ruth Brennan heard the talk every time she went into town. The other teachers at the elementary school asked her about it in the break room with voices full of concern that didn't quite hide the judgment underneath. Your husband turned down how much? Ruth, honey, are you okay? Do you need anything? Ruth smiled and said they were fine. She said Cole knew what he was doing. She said the land had been in the family since 1951, and some things weren't for sale at any price. But late at night, lying in bed with Cole asleep beside her, she thought about what $475,000 could mean. A house in Missoula, a college fund for Marcus and Lily that wouldn't require student loans, a retirement that didn't depend on Cole's back holding up for another 20 years. She never said any of this to Cole. She'd married him in 1969, 7 years into their marriage now, and she'd learned early that Cole Brennan made decisions the way bedrock formed. Slowly, under pressure, and once set, immovable. If he'd said no to Ashford, he had a reason. Ruth didn't need to understand the reason to trust it. The reason went back 25 years, to a conversation Cole had with his father on a day in March of 1951 that neither of them would ever forget. Otis Brennan was 44 years old in 1950, and had spent the previous 22 years working underground. He'd started in the Anaconda copper mine in Butte in 1928, fresh off a failing wheat farm in North Dakota, desperate for steady wages. The mine paid $3.20 a day, which was more money than Otis had ever seen in his life. He descended into the Berkeley pit on his first morning and didn't come back to the surface until the whistle blew 14 hours later. He was 19 years old. For the next 22 years, Otis worked the deep shafts. He drilled blast holes, loaded powder, set charges, and hauled ore in tunnels that reached 2,000 feet below the streets of Butte. The air down there tasted like copper and sulfur. The dust settled in your lungs whether you wore a mask or not, and most men didn't bother with masks because they fogged up and made the work harder. Otis breathed the dust for 8,000 days. He breathed it so deep it became part of him, coating the inside of his chest like a second layer of skin. In the fall of 1950, Otis developed a cough. It started as a tickle in the back of his throat, the kind of thing you ignore because acknowledging it means acknowledging what's causing it. By November, the cough produced blood. By December, Otis could barely walk from the bunkhouse to the mine entrance without stopping to catch his breath. The company doctor took an X-ray and showed Otis the results. The lungs on the film looked like they'd been dusted with snow, white spots scattered across both lobes where healthy tissue should have been black. Silicosis, the doctor said, advanced stage, you're done underground. Otis was 44 years old. He'd worked 22 years for Anaconda Copper. The company gave him a settlement of $12,000 and a handshake. The money came with a non-disclosure agreement that Otis signed without reading, because $12,000 was more than he'd saved in his entire life, and he had no leverage to negotiate. He took the check and left Butte the same day. He drove south and west in a 1946 Chevrolet pickup with everything he owned in the bed: 2 suitcases of clothes, a toolbox, a double-barreled shotgun, and a young wife named Ellen who was 7 months pregnant with their first child. They reached Flathead Lake in early March of 1951. The lake was still frozen at the edges, and the Mission Mountains to the east were buried under 10 feet of snow. Otis pulled off Highway 93 at a hand-painted sign that read "Land for Sale," followed a dirt road down to the water, and met a man named Gerald Watts who owned 640 acres of lakefront he was desperate to unload. The land was worthless in 1951, too rocky for farming, too wet for grazing, no road access except the dirt track Otis had just driven, no power lines, no phone service, just pine trees, boulders, and a shoreline that flooded every spring when the snowmelt came down from the mountains. Watts wanted $42 an acre. For 280 acres, that came to $11,760. Otis had $12,000. He stood on the shore and looked out at the lake. The water was so clear you could see rocks 30 feet down. It was the first time in 22 years Otis had looked at water that wasn't stained orange from mine runoff. The first time he'd stood under open sky without the weight of 2,000 feet of rock above his head. The first time he'd breathed air that didn't taste like copper and death. He turned to Watts and said, "I'll take it." They went to the county recorder's office in Kalispell the next morning. Otis signed the deed with his right hand, which shook slightly from the effort of holding the pen steady. Ellen stood beside him, her belly pressing against the edge of the desk. When the clerk stamped the document and handed Otis the title, something happened that Ellen would remember for the rest of her life. Otis Brennan, who had never shown emotion in front of anyone, who had worked 22 years in conditions that broke stronger men without complaint, stood in the Flathead County Recorder's office and cried. Not quiet tears, not the kind of wetness you can blink away and pretend didn't happen. He stood there with the deed in his hands and sobbed like a child, his shoulders shaking, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Ellen put her hand on his back and felt the tremors running through him. The clerk looked away, embarrassed. Otis cried because for the first time in the history of his family, going back as far as anyone knew through Minnesota and North Dakota, and before that Norway, a Brennan owned land. Not rented, not sharecropped. Owned. The deed had his name on it. 280 acres that belonged to him and could not be taken by a landlord or a bank or a mining company. He cried because he'd bought it with guilt money. $12,000 in exchange for lungs that would kill him within 15 years. $12,000 to stay quiet about the dust, the ventilation systems that didn't work, the masks the company didn't provide. $12,000 for 22 years underground. But he'd turned that guilt money into clean land. Land with water so clear you could drink straight from the lake. Land under open sky. Land his son would inherit without ever having to go underground to earn it. Cole Brennan was born 3 weeks later, on March 28, 1951. He grew up in a log cabin his father built by hand over the course of 2 summers. He learned to swim in Flathead Lake before he learned to read. He learned to split firewood, patch a roof, and fix a water pump before he turned 10. And he learned, through 1,000 small lessons spread across 18 years, that the land his father had bought was not for sale under any circumstances. Otis never said it directly. He didn't have to. Cole saw it in the way his father walked the property every morning, checking the tree line, examining the shoreline, touching the bark of the ponderosa pines like he was making sure they were still real. Cole saw it in the way Otis refused every offer that came in during the 1960s when developers started buying up Flathead Lakefront. The first offer came in 1965. A man from Great Falls wanted to build a fishing lodge, offered Otis $70,000 for the whole property. Otis said no without hesitating. The man increased the offer to $85,000. Otis said, "It's not for sale at any price." The man left angry. 3 more offers came between 1966 and 1969, each one higher than the last. Each one refused with the same 4 words, "Not for sale at any price." Cole was 16 in 1967 when he finally asked his father why. They were standing on the dock. the same dock where Cole would meet Victor Ashford 9 years later, watching the sun go down over the lake. The water had turned amber in the fading light, and the mountains were silhouettes against a sky that looked like someone had set fire to the horizon. "Why won't you sell?" Cole asked. "Mr. Henderson sold his place last year for $90,000. He bought a house in Whitefish and a new truck. He's living pretty good." Otis didn't answer right away. He was 48 years old then, though he looked older. The silicosis had progressed the way the company doctor said it would. Otis coughed every morning now, deep, wet coughs that left him exhausted. He couldn't walk more than 100 yards without stopping to catch his breath. He knew he was dying. He'd known since 1950. When Otis finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of 22 years underground. "You think Henderson's living good because he's got a new truck?" Cole didn't answer. At 16, a new truck seemed like a pretty good definition of success. "Let me tell you about living good, son. Living good is waking up and breathing air that doesn't taste like copper. Living good is walking outside and seeing sky in every direction instead of rock 6 inches from your face. Living good is drinking water so clean you can see the bottom of the lake 30 feet down." Otis paused to cough, a wet rattle that shook his whole frame. When he recovered, he continued. "I spent 22 years in the Anaconda mine. You know what I did down there? I drilled holes in solid rock 12 hours a day. The bit would heat up so hot you couldn't touch it. The dust would come off that rock and fill the tunnel so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. We wore bandanas over our mouths, but it didn't matter. You breathed that dust whether you wanted to or not. It got in your lungs and it stayed there." Cole had heard pieces of this story before, but never told this way. Never with this kind of quiet intensity. "After 22 years," Otis said, "the company doctor took an X-ray of my lungs. He showed me the film and it looked like someone had dumped sand inside my chest. White spots everywhere. Silicosis, he called it. Said I had maybe 10, 15 years left if I was careful. Said there was no cure. Said I was done underground." The sun had dropped below the mountains now. The sky was fading from orange to purple to deep blue. Stars were starting to appear. "They gave me $12,000 to go away quiet. $12,000 for 22 years and a pair of lungs that were killing me. You know what I did with that money?" Cole knew, but he let his father tell it. "I bought this land. 280 acres at $42 an acre, left me with $240 for everything else. I bought this land because it was the opposite of everything I'd spent 22 years doing. Underground versus above ground. Poisoned air versus clean air. Dirty water versus water so pure you could baptize yourself in it." Otis turned to face Cole directly. "You can always find money, son. You can never find this water again." Otis gestured at the lake, its surface now reflecting the first stars. "Once you sell it, it's gone. Not just from you. From your children and their children. A man who sells his land sells his family's future. The money will be spent in 10 years. The land will be here in 100. He paused, then added something Cole would never forget. "Henderson sold for $90,000. Good for him. But I'll tell you what's going to happen to Henderson. He's going to spend that money. Maybe it takes 5 years, maybe 10, maybe 20 if he's careful. He'll spend it on the house, the truck, the good life in Whitefish. And when it's gone, it's gone. He won't have the land and he won't have the money. He'll have a mortgage on a house he can't quite afford and memories of having been rich once. But me, I'll die on this land. Your mother will die on this land. And God willing, you'll raise your children on this land. And every single one of us will drink clean water and breathe clean air and walk under open sky. That's wealth, son. That's the kind of wealth you can't spend and can't lose and can't have taken from you." Cole looked out at the lake, trying to see it the way his father saw it, not as recreation, not as scenery, as the opposite of 22 years in darkness, as proof that the sacrifice had been worth it. The Henderson place got subdivided, Otis said. Did you know that? New owner carved it into 5 lots, sold them to people from California. They're building vacation homes, big glass windows facing the lake, septic systems going in right now. You know what happens when you put 5 septic systems within 100 yards of a lake? Cole shook his head. You poison the water, maybe not this year, maybe not in 5 years, but in 10 years, 20 years, those septic systems are going to leach into the groundwater. They're going to seep into the lake, and the water that looks clean now won't be clean anymore. Henderson sold his land, and in doing so, he helped poison the lake for everyone. Otis started coughing again, harder this time. Cole put a hand on his father's back and felt the tremors running through the thin frame. When the coughing finally stopped, Otis was breathing hard. I'm not trying to make you afraid of money, son. Money's a tool, it's useful, but it's not the point. The point is keeping something that matters, and this land matters. This water matters. Not because it's worth 90,000 or 900,000 or 9 million. Because it's clean. Because it's ours. Because I paid for it with parts of myself I can never get back. They stood together on the dock as full darkness settled over Flathead Lake. The lights from Kalispell glowed on the horizon. A loon called from somewhere out on the water, its cry echoing off the mountains. Promise me something, Otis said. What? Promise me you'll never sell this land. I don't care what they offer. I don't care how much money it is. Promise me you'll keep it. Cole was 16. He didn't fully understand the weight of what his father was asking, but he understood enough. I promise. Otis nodded. Good, because this land is the only thing I can give you that's worth anything. Not the money, not the cabin, not the tractor, this land, this clean water, this open sky. Everything else can be replaced. This can't. They walked back to the cabin together, Otis moving slowly, stopping twice to catch his breath. Ellen was cooking dinner, and the smell of fried potatoes drifted through the open door. Cole helped his father up the steps and into the house. They ate dinner together, the 3 of them, and never spoke of the conversation on the dock again. But Cole remembered. 2 years later, when Otis was dying in that hospital bed in Kalispell, when his lungs had finally filled with so much scar tissue that he couldn't draw breath, when the oxygen mask wasn't enough anymore, Otis used his last coherent words to reinforce the promise. Keep the land above ground, promise me. And Cole promised again. Cole was 16. He didn't fully understand what his father meant, but he filed the words away in the part of his mind where important things lived, and he never forgot them. Otis died in the winter of 1969. The silicosis finally closed off his lungs completely. He drowned on dry land, suffocating in a hospital bed in Kalispell while his wife and son watched. His last words to Cole, whispered through an oxygen mask, were these: keep the land above ground. Promise me. Cole promised. 3 months later, Cole inherited 280 acres of Flathead Lakefront, a log cabin, a barn, a 1955 Ford tractor, and his father's absolute conviction that the land was not for sale at any price, under any circumstances, for any reason. So when Victor Ashford stepped out of that seaplane in September of 1976 and offered $475,000, Cole didn't weigh the pros and cons. He didn't calculate the return on investment. He didn't think about what he could buy with $475,000. He thought about his father crying in the recorder's office in 1951, clutching a deed bought with 22 years of breathing poison. He thought about Otis walking the property every morning, making sure it was still real. He thought about the promise he'd made in a hospital room 3 months before his father died. Keep the land above ground. And he said no. The development didn't happen the way Ashford predicted. Not in 1976, not in 1977, not in 1978. The Montana State Legislature passed the Flathead Lake Protection Act in November of 1976, 2 months after Ashford's visit. The law established strict environmental reviews for any development within 500 yards of the shoreline. Projects that had been approved under the old regulations were grandfathered in, but new proposals faced a permitting process that could take years. Ashford's resort project got caught in the new regulations. His company had secured 1,500 acres, but they hadn't broken ground yet. The environmental review flagged concerns about septic systems, erosion, and impact on the lake's water quality. The permitting process stalled in committee hearings and public comment periods. By the spring of 1977, Ashford's investors were getting nervous. By the fall of 1977, 2 of them had pulled out. The project collapsed entirely in early 1978. Ashford's company declared bankruptcy. The 1,500 acres they'd assembled got sold off piecemeal to pay creditors. Some of it went back to the original sellers at prices 20% lower than what Ashford had paid. Some of it sat on the market for 2 years before finding buyers. The marina that was supposed to anchor the development was never built. The golf course existed only in the architectural renderings that Ashford had spread on Cole's dock. By 1978, land values on Flathead Lake had flattened. The boom everyone predicted didn't materialize. Comparable sales that had been running at $1,080 per acre in 1976 were still running at $1,100 per acre in 1978. A 2% increase over 2 years, barely keeping pace with inflation. The consensus in Kalispell shifted slightly. Maybe Cole hadn't been lucky. Maybe he'd just avoided being unlucky. There was a difference, though most people couldn't articulate what it was. At the diner on Main Street, the conversation about Cole Brennan evolved. Where once there had been certainty in the mockery, now there was hesitation. Tom Vickery still held court at his usual booth, still insisted Cole was a fool, but his voice had less certainty now. "He'll sell eventually," Tom said. "When the next boom comes, he'll sell. Everyone sells eventually. You wait. 5 years from now, 10 years, he'll take an offer. A man sitting on $300,000 of land while he drills wells for $18,000 a year. That's not sustainable." But others weren't so sure. Harley Pickett from the feed store said, "Maybe Cole knows something we don't." Ashford's project went bust. Henderson's land got carved up and now there's 5 vacation homes with septic systems right on the shoreline. Cole's place is still Cole's place. Same as it was. Same as it'll be. The conversation drifted to other topics. Crop prices. Weather. The new highway bypass being planned around Kalispell. But the question of Cole Brennan's sanity remained unresolved, hanging in the air like smoke from the grill. Ruth heard the evolving narrative at school. The other teachers stopped asking if she needed help. They stopped suggesting counselors. Instead, they watched her with a curiosity that felt almost anthropological, like they were studying a member of an exotic tribe whose customs didn't make sense but had to be respected because they'd survived this long. One afternoon in the spring of 1978, Ruth was in the teacher's lounge grading papers when Margaret Chen, who taught 5th grade and had been at the school for 20 years, sat down across from her. "Can I ask you something?" Margaret said. Ruth looked up from the papers. "Of course." "Do you ever regret it, staying on the land instead of selling?" Ruth considered the question. It was the first time someone had asked her directly instead of dancing around it with concern and implications. "No," Ruth said, "I don't regret it. But $475,000. You could have bought a house in town, a new car, college funds for the kids, security." "We have security," Ruth said. "We own the land, no mortgage, no rent. Cole makes enough drilling wells to cover our expenses. We save a little every year. The kids are healthy. We have clean water and enough food and a roof that doesn't leak. What else do we need?" Margaret looked at her like she'd spoken in a foreign language. "But don't you want more?" Ruth set down her red pen and met Margaret's eyes. "More what? More money. Sure, everyone wants more money. But at what cost? Cole's father worked 22 years underground breathing poison to buy that land. He died at 63 because of it. The land is what he bought with his life. We're not selling his life for a bigger house." Margaret was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I sold my parents' farm in 1972, 200 acres in Minnesota, got $50,000 for it. It's a housing development now, suburban homes, shopping center going in next year." "Do you regret it?" Ruth asked. Margaret looked down at her own stack of papers. "Sometimes. My dad built that farm from nothing, cleared the land himself, 50 years of work. I sold it in an afternoon. Used the money for a down payment on a house in Kalispell. Nice house. But sometimes I drive past houses here and I think that's not a farm, that's just a house. Anyone can buy a house. My dad's farm was something else." Ruth reached across the table and touched Margaret's hand. "Then you understand." Margaret nodded slowly. "I understand. I just don't know if I could do what you and Cole are doing. Saying no to that much money. It takes a kind of strength I'm not sure I have." "It's not strength," Ruth said. "It's just knowing what you value. Cole values clean water and open sky more than he values money. Once you know that, the decision is easy." The conversation ended there, but it marked a subtle shift. Ruth noticed it in the weeks that followed. The other teachers stopped looking at her with pity or concern. They looked at her with something closer to respect, tinged with bewilderment. They didn't understand the choice Cole had made, but they were beginning to understand that it was a choice, not a mistake. Cole himself noticed nothing. He went about his work with the same steady rhythm he'd maintained for years. He woke before dawn, made coffee in the percolator on the wood stove, and walked the property while the lake was still dark. He checked the water clarity every morning, kneeling on the dock and looking down through 30 feet of liquid that was so clean it was almost invisible. He ran his fingers through it, tasted it, confirmed what he already knew. The water was clean. Then he'd return to the cabin, eat breakfast with Ruth and the kids, and drive his 1968 Ford F-250 to whichever job site needed him that day. Most of his work was drilling water wells for ranchers and homeowners in the Flathead Valley. He'd arrive at a property, unload his drilling rig, and spend the next 2 or 3 days putting a hole in the ground until he hit water. The work was physical, repetitive, honest. He was good at it. The drilling rig was older than the truck, a 1965 model he'd bought used in 1971, and maintained with the same attention he gave to everything else he owned. He could tear it down to the bolts and rebuild it in a weekend. He kept spare parts in the barn, organized in coffee cans labeled in Ellen's careful handwriting. Drill bits, gaskets, seals. Everything you needed to keep a machine running indefinitely, if you were patient and methodical, and unwilling to replace what could be repaired. In the evenings, Cole would return to the property, park the truck, and spend an hour working on whatever needed attention. The cabin always needed something: a shingle replaced, a window reglazed, a floor board that had worked loose. He approached maintenance the way his father had taught him: fix small problems before they become big problems. A stitch in time, an ounce of prevention. Marcus and Lily grew up watching their father work. They learned young that nothing got thrown away if it could be fixed. They learned that you didn't replace a tool just because a newer model existed. They learned that wealth wasn't measured in what you bought, but in what you didn't need to buy because you already had it and you took care of it. On weekends, the family would spend time on the lake. Cole had a wooden rowboat he'd built himself in 1972, using plans from a book he'd checked out of the Kalispell Library. He'd take the kids out fishing, rowing them to the deep water where the lake trout held. They'd drop lines and sit in silence, watching the mountains, waiting for the tug that meant dinner. Ruth would stay on shore sometimes, reading on the dock or tending the garden she'd planted behind the cabin. Tomatoes, beans, zucchini, lettuce. Things that grew well in the short Montana summer. She canned vegetables every fall, rows of mason jars lined up in the root cellar. In winter, when the snow was 5 feet deep and the lake was frozen, they'd eat from those jars and remember summer. It was a life that made sense in ways that were hard to explain to people who measured success differently. The Brennans weren't rich. They didn't take vacations to Disneyland or own a color television or eat at restaurants, but they also didn't have debt. They didn't lie awake at night worrying about mortgage payments or car loans or credit card bills. They lived within their means, and their means were simple. By the end of 1976, Cole had $8,400 in savings, the same amount his father had accumulated before buying the land. It was money no one knew about except Ruth, because Cole didn't talk about money any more than his father had. He deposited his well-drilling checks at Flathead Bank and Trust, took out cash for expenses, and let the rest accumulate. $700 one month, $400 the next, $1,200 in a good month. It added up slowly, invisibly, the way water fills a well. The land was worth $308,000 on paper in 1976, based on comparable sales of $1,100 per acre. Cole's net worth, if you counted the land, was over $300,000, but Cole didn't count the land as net worth. The land wasn't an asset to be liquidated. It was the place his family lived. It was clean water. It was open sky. It was the promise he'd made to his father. It was not for sale. She went home that night and found Cole in the cabin, sitting at the kitchen table with Marcus on his lap. Marcus was 6 years old, and Cole was teaching him to tie a bowline knot using a length of rope and infinite patience. Lily was on the floor building a tower out of wooden blocks. The fire in the wood stove crackled and popped. The smell of elk stew filled the cabin. Ruth stood in the doorway and watched her family. Cole glanced up and met her eyes. He didn't ask about her day. He didn't ask what people were saying in town. He already knew, and he knew Ruth well enough to know that if she had something to say about it, she would. Ruth hung her coat on the hook by the door and joined them at the table. "Show me that knot," she said to Marcus. Cole's hands guided the small fingers through the loop, around the standing end, back through the loop. Marcus concentrated with the serious intensity of a 6-year-old trying to master something important. The knot came together. Cole pulled it tight. "That's a bowline," Cole said, "the rescue knot. No matter how much weight you put on it, you can always untie it. But it won't slip. It won't fail. You can trust it with your life." Marcus tested the knot, pulling on both ends. It held. "Good," Cole said. "Now tie it yourself." Ruth watched them work through the knot 3 more times. Outside, the sun was setting over Flathead Lake, turning the water the color of hammered copper. The mountains were dark shapes against the sky. Somewhere in Kalispell, people were talking about the crazy man who'd turned down $1 million combined. Somewhere in Denver and Seattle, developers were discussing alternative sites and backup plans. None of it mattered. Cole Brennan had made a promise to his father in 1969. He'd made it again every time he walked the property, every time he drank water straight from the lake, Every time he taught his children to tie knots and split wood and understand the difference between price and value. The land was not for sale. Not for 475,000. Not for 510,000. Not for any amount that could be written on a check or wired to a bank account. Because some things aren't measured in dollars. Some things are measured in breaths taken underground versus breaths taken under open sky. Some things are measured in the weight of a deed clutched in shaking hands, in tears shed in a county recorder's office, in promises made to dying fathers. The money would be spent in 10 years. The land would be here in 100. Cole had learned that lesson in 1967, standing on a dock at sunset, listening to a dying man explain the difference between wealth and legacy. Now in 1976, with his own children growing up on the same land, drinking from the same clear water, learning the same lessons, Cole understood what his father had meant. You can always find money. You can never find this water again. And that was worth more than all the seaplanes and briefcases and architectural renderings in the world. Cole finished the lesson with Marcus, set the rope aside, and stood up from the table. He walked to the window and looked out at the lake. The last light was fading from the sky. The water had turned dark except for a thin line of silver where the moon was rising. Ruth came and stood beside him. "They're talking," she said quietly. "Let them. They think you're crazy." "Maybe I am." "Are you?" Cole was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "My father cried when he signed the deed to this land. I was 7 months from being born, and he cried because for the first time in his family's history, we owned ground we could stand on. That's not crazy, Ruth. That's understanding what matters." Ruth took his hand. "I know." They stood together at the window, watching the moon rise over water so clear you could see the rocks 30 feet down. Water that tasted clean because it was clean. Water that would still be clean when Marcus and Lily were grown, when their children were grown, when everyone who'd called Cole crazy was dead and forgotten. The land would be here. The water would be here. And the Brennan family would still be standing on ground. Their father had bought with his lungs and his tears, and 22 years in the darkness underground. That was the promise. That was the value. And no amount of money would ever be enough to break it. The 1980s came to Montana the way winter comes to the high country. Suddenly, brutally, and without mercy. The recession that started in 1979 rolled through the Flathead Valley like a cold front off the mountains, dropping temperatures that had nothing to do with weather and everything to do with interest rates that climbed past 18% and commodity prices that fell through the floor. Cole Brennan turned 55 in March of 1980. He was standing in his barn that morning, rebuilding the carburetor on his drilling rig, when the radio on the workbench announced that prime lending rates had hit 20%, the highest in American history. The newsreader's voice carried a tone of barely contained panic, like he was reporting the approach of an asteroid. Cole turned off the radio and went back to work on the carburetor. Interest rates didn't matter if you didn't have debt. He'd learned that lesson from his father, and the lesson was serving him well now. But the recession mattered in other ways. Construction slowed to a crawl. New home starts in the Flathead Valley dropped 60%. People who'd been planning to drill wells postponed the work. Ranchers who needed water stopped returning Cole's calls. The phone in the cabin, which used to ring 3 or 4 times a week with job requests, went silent for days at a time. Cole's income from well drilling dropped from $18,000 in 1979 to $12,000 in 1980, then to $9,000 in 1981. By 1982, he was clearing less than $8,000 a year, and that was if he took every job offered, no matter how far he had to drive or how small the profit margin. Ruth's teaching salary stayed steady at $11,000, thank God for that. Between them, they were bringing in $19,000 a year. Their annual expenses ran about $16,000. Property taxes took $4,000. Fuel for the truck took another $2,000. Food, clothing, utilities, and everything else fit into the remaining $10,000 because it had to. They stopped saving money. For the first time since Otis bought the land in 1951, the Brennan family savings account stopped growing. It sat at $43,400, the accumulated total of 30 years of careful living, and it stayed there through 1980, 1981, and 1982. Cole didn't complain. Complaining suggested you believed the world owed you something different than what it was giving you, and Cole had never believed that. You worked with what you had. You made do. You endured. The Flathead Valley endured too, but not everyone endured equally. Some people had prepared for hard times. Most hadn't. And the difference between those two groups became visible in ways that were hard to ignore. Tom Vickery's John Deere dealership, which had sold tractors on credit to 3 generations of farmers, started seeing repossessions. The first one came in April of 1981. A rancher north of Kalispell who'd bought a new 440 in 1979 for $60,000 couldn't make the payments. The bank took the tractor back. Tom resold it at auction for $38,000. The rancher still owed the difference, $22,000 on a piece of equipment he no longer owned. By the end of 1982, Tom had repossessed 14 tractors. 14 families who'd borrowed against the future and found the future unwilling to pay them back. Tom stopped talking about Cole Brennan at the diner. It's hard to call a man a fool for refusing debt when you're spending your days taking back equipment from people who accepted it. But others kept talking. The loudest voice now belonged to a man named Ed Holloway. Ed Holloway was 58 years old in 1980. He'd sold his ranch, 320 acres of prime grazing land east of Cole's property, back in 1974 for $288,000. At the time, everyone said Ed had made the deal of his life. He'd bought the ranch in 1952 for $40 an acre, worked it for 22 years, and sold it for $900 an acre. A 22-fold return. The kind of success story people told their children. Ed had taken the money and moved to Missoula, bought a house in town, a new Cadillac, a vacation home in Arizona. He'd invested the rest in the stock market through a broker who promised 12% annual returns. For a while, the promise held. Ed's portfolio grew. He was living the good life, the retirement everyone dreamed of. Then 1979 hit. The stock market, which had been climbing since 1975, reversed. Ed's portfolio, which had peaked at $340,000 in early 1979, dropped to $260,000 by the end of the year, then to $210,000 in 1980, then to $172,000 in 1982. Ed had lost $168,000 in paper value in 3 years. He still had more money than most people would see in a lifetime, but the trajectory was wrong. It was going down instead of up. And Ed, who'd spent 6 years getting used to feeling wealthy, was starting to feel something different. He was starting to feel afraid. In the summer of 1982, Ed drove back to Flathead Lake for the first time since selling the ranch. He came in his Cadillac, which was 5 years old now and showing rust around the wheel wells. He drove past his old property, which had been subdivided into 5 lots. 4 of the lots had houses on them now. Vacation homes for people from California and Washington. Big glass windows facing the lake. Decks with hot tubs. Satellite dishes on the roofs. The fifth lot was still empty, a for sale sign leaning at an angle in the tall grass. Ed kept driving until he reached Cole Brennan's property. He pulled into the dirt driveway and parked next to Cole's truck, which was the same 1968 Ford F-250 he'd been driving since Ed left. The truck was 18 years old. Its paint faded to primer gray in patches, but it ran. Cole was working on the roof of the cabin, replacing shingles that had blown off in a spring windstorm. He saw Ed's Cadillac pull in and climbed down from the ladder. He wiped his hands on his jeans and waited. Ed got out of the car. He was heavier than Cole remembered, the kind of weight that comes from 6 years of good living and not enough physical work to burn it off. His face was red from sun and probably from blood pressure. He wore slacks and a polo shirt, clothes that looked expensive but wrong somehow, like a costume. "Cole," Ed said, "been a while." "Ed." They shook hands. Ed's grip was soft. "Place looks the same," Ed said, glancing around at the cabin, the barn, the lake beyond. "It is the same." Ed nodded. He seemed to be working up to something, the way people do when they need to ask for help but don't want to admit they need it. "I heard you turned down a developer's offer back in '76, $500,000 or something like that." $475,000. Jesus, that's a lot of money, Cole. It was. Still is. Cole didn't respond. He knew Ed hadn't driven 3 hours from Missoula to discuss ancient history. Ed looked out at the lake. The water was mirror calm, reflecting the mountains and the sky like a photograph. A loon called from somewhere offshore, its cry echoing off the rocks. "You ever regret it?" Ed asked, not selling. "No. Not even when times are tight like they are now. Especially not now." Ed turned back to face Cole. "Why especially not now?" "Because now is when you find out if you made the right decision. If I'd sold in '76 and invested the money, I'd have lost $200,000 by now, same as everyone else who trusted the market. Instead, I've still got the land, still got the water, still got a place to live with no mortgage. Times are tight, but I'm not in debt. That's worth more than $200,000 that doesn't exist anymore." Ed was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "I need to ask you something." "All right." "I need to buy back some of my old land. Not all of it, just 40 acres. Enough to build a house and have a little space. The developer who bought my ranch, he's selling off those lots. I called him last week. He wants $800 an acre. That's $32,000 for 40 acres. I can afford that. Barely. But I can do it." Ed paused, then continued. "But your land borders my old property on the west side. I was thinking, if you wanted to sell me 40 acres of your land instead, I'd pay you the same. $800 an acre. 32,000. You'd still have 240 acres. I'd have a piece of my old ranch back. We'd both win." Cole looked at Ed Holloway, this man who'd sold his land 8 years ago, and spent the money on a life that was now falling apart around him. Ed wasn't asking for charity. He was asking to undo a mistake, to buy back a piece of what he'd given away. And the desperation in his voice was the sound of a man who'd finally understood the difference between price and value, but understood it too late. "I'm not selling," Cole said. "Not even 40 acres. Cole, $32,000. That's 4 years of income for you at what you're making now. You could use that money." "I could, but I'm not selling." "Why not? You've got 280 acres. You don't need all of it. 40 acres wouldn't even be noticed." "My father worked 22 years in a copper mine to buy 280 acres, Cole said. "Not 240, 280. Every acre cost him something. I'm not selling what he paid for." But times are hard, Cole. This recession is going to get worse before it gets better. What if you need the money? Then I'll work more, drill more wells. Ruth will keep teaching, we'll make do, but we won't sell the land. Ed's face went red, and for a moment Cole thought he might get angry. But the anger, if it was there, drained away and left something else behind. Something that looked like grief. I made a mistake, Ed said quietly. Selling the ranch, I know that now. I thought the money would make me free, but all it did was make me afraid. Afraid of losing it, afraid of the market, afraid of inflation. I had $288,000 and all I could think about was what it might become. Now it's $172,000 and all I can think about is what it used to be. I should have kept the land. Maybe, Cole said, but you didn't. And I'm not selling mine so you can try to fix your mistake with my acres. Ed nodded slowly. He looked out at the lake one more time, then back at Cole. You were right, he said. Back in '76, when everyone said you were crazy for turning down that developer's offer, you were right and we were all wrong. I just wanted you to know that. I appreciate that, Ed. For whatever it's worth. Ed got back in his Cadillac and drove away. Cole watched him go, then climbed back up the ladder and continued replacing shingles. The work was simple, repetitive, satisfying. Tear off the old, nail down the new, one shingle at a time until the roof was whole again. That night, Cole told Ruth about Ed's visit. They were sitting at the kitchen table after dinner. Marcus and Lily were outside throwing a tennis ball for the dog, their voices carrying through the open window. He wanted to buy 40 acres, Cole said. What did you tell him? I told him no. Ruth reached across the table and took his hand. Was it hard, saying no when he needed it so badly? Cole thought about that. Was it hard? No, it would have been hard to say yes. Hard to explain to Marcus and Lily why they were selling part of their inheritance so Ed Holloway could ease his regrets. Hard to live with himself knowing he'd broken the promise he'd made to his father. Saying no was easy. It wasn't hard, Cole said. Ed made his choice in '74. I made mine in '76. He's living with his choice now. I'm living with mine. That's how it works. Ruth squeezed his hand. I'm proud of you. For what? For knowing what you value. Half the people in this valley don't know anymore. They thought they valued money. Turns out they valued the things money could buy. And when the money lost its value, they lost everything else too. But you never confused the two. You've always known the land is the land. The water is the water. Everything else is just numbers on paper. Cole looked at his wife, this woman who'd married him in 1969 when he had nothing but a cabin and a promise to a dying father. She'd never once asked him to sell. Never once suggested they could live easier somewhere else. She'd chosen this life the same way he had, knowing it would be harder but also knowing it would be honest. We're going to be all right, Cole said. I know. Times might get worse before they get better. They probably will, but we don't have debt. We own everything we've got. The worst that can happen is we get a little more careful about spending. We've been careful for 30 years. We can be careful for 30 more. Marcus and Lily came in from outside, cheeks flushed from running, the dog panting at their heels. They were 12 and 10 years old now, growing up in a recession they barely understood, learning lessons about money and value that wouldn't make sense until they were older. But they were learning. They saw their father turn down Ed Holloway's offer. They saw other families losing farms and equipment and homes. They saw the difference between people who'd borrowed against the future and people who'd lived within their means. They didn't understand it yet, but they were seeing it. And seeing is the first step toward understanding. The recession ground on through 1983 and 1984. Beef prices, which had been declining since 1979, hit bottom in the spring of 1984. Ranchers who'd borrowed money to expand their herds were losing $50 on every head they sold. The banks started foreclosing on ranch land. 5 ranches within 20 miles of Flathead Lake went under in 1984 alone. Land values followed the cattle prices down. Lakefront property that had been selling for $1,100 an acre in 1978 dropped to $900 in 1983, then to $700 in 1984. Cole's 280 acres, which had been worth $308,000 on paper in 1978, was now worth $196,000. He'd lost $112,000 in unrealized value. If you measured wealth by market price, Cole Brennan was $112,000 poorer than he'd been 6 years earlier. Tom Vickery mentioned this at the diner, loud enough for half the room to hear. Cole Brennan's land is worth $196,000 now. You know what Ashford offered him in '76? $475,000. Cole lost $279,000 by not selling. $279,000. That's not principle. That's financial suicide. But the consensus at the diner was quieter than it used to be. Fewer people nodded along with Tom, because most of the men sitting in those booths had lost money too. Not unrealized value on land they still owned. Real money. Savings wiped out. Investments gone bad. Equipment repossessed. Cole Brennan might have lost $279,000 on paper, but he'd never had that money to begin with. The men at the diner had lost money they'd actually held in their hands, and there was a difference. Cole kept working. The well drilling business stayed slow, but it never stopped completely. People still needed water, recession or not. He drilled 4 wells in 1983, 6 in 1984. His income stayed around $8,000 a year. Ruth's teaching salary covered the rest. They lived on $19,000 a year and spent $16,000. The $3,000 difference went back into savings. The work itself had changed in subtle ways. In the boom years of the '70s, clients had been choosy about where they wanted their wells. They'd paid extra for wells positioned for convenience, for aesthetic appeal, for proximity to where they imagined putting a garden or a barn. Now in the lean years, clients just wanted water, cheapest location, fastest drill, no frills. Cole didn't mind. He'd never been in the business of selling dreams. He sold access to aquifers, and aquifers didn't care about aesthetics. A typical job in 1984 went like this. A rancher would call, say he needed a well drilled, ask how much. Cole would quote him $3,500 for a standard 200-foot well, everything included. The rancher would ask if Cole could do it for $3,000. Cole would say no, but he could do it for $3,200 if the rancher helped with the labor. The rancher would agree. Cole would show up at dawn with his drilling rig on a trailer behind the F-250. The rig was a 1951 Mayhew 1000 cable tool design, the kind of equipment most drillers had abandoned for rotary rigs in the '60s. But cable tool rigs were simpler, fewer parts to break, easier to fix in the field. And Cole knew his Mayhew 1000 the way some men knew their wives, intimately and without illusion. He'd set up over the drill site, level the rig, check the cable tension, prime the engine. The engine was a Hercules Flathead 6, 50 horsepower, built in 1951 and rebuilt by Cole in 1979. It burned oil and made noise, but it turned the drum that lifted the drilling tools, and that was all it needed to do. The drilling itself was percussion work. Lift a string of tools, drop them, let gravity and weight do the breaking. The bit at the bottom of the string would chip away at rock, a few inches at a time. After 20 or 30 drops, Cole would pull the tools up and run a baler down the hole to remove the cuttings. Rock chips and mud and water if he'd hit water. It was slow work, methodical. A good day meant making 40 feet of progress. A bad day meant hitting a granite seam and making 10 feet. But the work had a rhythm that Cole found satisfying. Lift, drop, wait. Lift, drop, wait. Hour after hour, the hole getting deeper, the pile of cuttings getting larger, the whole operation moving forward by increments so small they were almost invisible until you looked back at the end of the day and realized you'd gone down 40 feet into bedrock. The ranchers who helped would work the baler while Cole ran the drill. They'd talk during the slow parts, and Cole would learn things about the valley he'd never known. Who was behind on their bank payments? Who was thinking about selling? Who'd already sold and regretted it? Everyone, it seemed, regretted selling. A rancher named Pete Alvarez told Cole about a neighbor who'd sold 80 acres to a developer in 1979 for $160,000. The developer went bankrupt in 1982 before building anything. The land sat empty, tied up in bankruptcy court, while the neighbor watched from across the fence and wondered if he could buy it back. He couldn't. The bankruptcy trustee wanted $200,000 for it now, said it had appreciated despite the recession, despite being tied up in legal proceedings, despite there being no actual market for it. That's what selling does, Pete said, pulling the baler up hand over hand, muddy water sloshing out the bottom. It takes something that's yours and makes it someone else's problem. Then you spend the rest of your life wishing you could have your problem back. Cole didn't respond. He just kept working the drill, lifting and dropping the tools, waiting for the bit to break through whatever layer they were in and find the water below. They hit water at 190 feet. Good water, cold and clear, 20 gallons a minute. Pete tested it with a cup, tasted it, nodded. "That's better water than I've been drinking for 10 years, he said. "That's aquifer water, filtered through 200 feet of rock. Doesn't get much cleaner than that." "How much do I owe you?" $3,200, like we agreed. Pete wrote the check slowly, like it hurt to form the numbers. Maybe it did. $3,200 was a lot of money in 1984 when beef was selling at a loss and banks were calling in loans. But Pete handed over the check without complaint because water wasn't optional. You could put off buying a new truck, a new tractor, a new anything, but you couldn't put off water. Cattle needed it. Crops needed it. People needed it. Water was the one thing you paid for no matter how broke you were. By the end of 1984, Cole's savings account held $49,400. Ruth understood this in a way that surprised Cole sometimes. She'd grown up in Missoula, daughter of a high school principal and a librarian, comfortable middle class. She could have married someone with ambition for wealth, someone who wanted more than a cabin on a lake and a job drilling wells. But she'd chosen Cole, and in choosing Cole, she'd chosen this life, the discipline of it, the patience required to save $3,000 a year when your friends were spending $30,000, the social cost of being the couple who didn't vacation in Hawaii, didn't drive new cars, didn't remodel their kitchen every decade. One evening in the winter of 1985, Ruth came home from a staff meeting at school and found Cole in the barn, rebuilding the carburetor on the drilling rig for the third time that year. She stood in the doorway watching him work for a minute before speaking. "Janet Morrison bought a new car today," Ruth said. Cole looked up from the carburetor. Janet Morrison taught second grade and had been at the school for 20 years. "Good for her. It's a BMW. She paid $28,000 for it." Cole went back to adjusting the float level in the carburetor. "She asked me what kind of car I was thinking about buying next," Ruth continued. "I told her we weren't buying a car. She looked at me like I'd said we were joining a monastery. Then she said, 'Well, surely you're going to replace that old truck eventually. It's practically an antique. It is an antique, Cole said. It's also paid for and it runs. Why would I replace something that works? That's what I said. And she said because that's what you do with old things. You replace them, otherwise you look poor. Cole set down his screwdriver and gave Ruth his full attention. Do we look poor? I don't know, maybe, probably. Does it matter? Does it bother you, people thinking we're poor? Ruth thought about that question. Did it bother her? Sometimes. When Janet Morrison pulled up in her new BMW and Ruth was driving a 16-year-old Ford. When other teachers talked about their summer trips to Europe and Ruth's family vacations consisted of camping at state parks. When everyone else was remodeling and updating and acquiring, and Ruth was wearing the same winter coat she'd bought in 1978. But bothered wasn't the right word. Bothered implied wanting to change it, and Ruth didn't want to change it. She wanted people to understand it. There was a difference. It doesn't bother me that we're not poor, Ruth said carefully. It bothers me that people can't tell the difference between being poor and choosing not to spend money you don't need to spend. Cole nodded. That's the thing people don't get. Poverty is not having choices. We have choices. We choose to save instead of spend. We choose to keep things instead of replacing them. We choose to live on less so we can have more later. That's not poverty. That's discipline. Janet's going to be making car payments for 5 years. And we're going to add $14,000 to our savings account over those same 5 years. In 5 years, Janet will own a car that's worth $12,000 and she'll have paid $28,000 for it. We'll still have our old truck and we'll have $63,000 in savings. Who's richer? Ruth smiled. You are, obviously. Cole went back to the carburetor. Ruth stayed in the doorway watching him work. After a while she said, I'm glad I married you. Why? Because you know what you want. Half the people I work with don't. They want what other people want. They want what advertisements tell them to want. They want what makes them look successful. But you want clean water and clear land and a life you own instead of a life you're paying for. That's rare. It's not rare, it's just unpopular. Maybe that's the same thing. Maybe. That night lying in bed, Ruth asked Cole another question. Do you think Marcus and Lily understand why we live the way we do? Cole thought about his children. Marcus was 14, Lily 12. They'd grown up watching their father repair instead of replace, save instead of spend, choose discipline over comfort. They understand what they see, Cole said. Whether they understand why is something we won't know until they're older and making their own choices. What if they choose differently? What if Marcus wants a career in the city and Lily wants to travel the world and neither of them wants to live on a lake in Montana drilling wells? Then they'll make those choices and live with them, same as everyone else. Would you be disappointed? Cole was quiet for a long time. Would he be disappointed? Maybe, probably, but disappointment was his problem, not theirs. I'd be disappointed if they made choices they couldn't live with, Cole finally said. If they borrowed money they couldn't pay back. If they spent money trying to look like something they're not. If they sold something they loved for something they only wanted. That would disappoint me. But if they choose different lives than mine and do it honestly, with their eyes open, understanding the costs and the benefits, then no, I wouldn't be disappointed. Even if they sell the land someday. Even then, it's going to be their land, not mine. I'm just keeping it until it's theirs to keep or sell or give away. All I can do is show them why I kept it. What they do with that lesson is up to them. Ruth rolled over and kissed him. You're a good father, Cole Brennan. I'm a stubborn father. That too. By the end of 1984, Cole's savings account held $68,000. In the winter of 1985, something happened that changed the conversation in Kalispell forever. Ed Holloway died. He had a heart attack in his Missoula home on a Tuesday morning in February. He was 63 years old. His wife Agnes found him on the bathroom floor, already gone. The funeral was the following Saturday at the Lutheran Church in Kalispell, the same church where Ed had been baptized 63 years earlier. Cole and Ruth attended. So did half of Flathead County. Ed had been well known, well liked. His ranch had been one of the larger operations in the valley before he sold it. People remembered him as a good neighbor, a fair dealer, a man who'd worked hard and earned his success. The eulogy didn't mention the financial losses. The pastor talked about Ed's love for the land, his dedication to his family, his generosity to his community. It was a good eulogy, respectful, kind, but it left out the parts that mattered most. After the service, people gathered in the church basement for coffee and sandwiches. Cole stood near the back of the room, holding a styrofoam cup and listening to the conversations around him. Ed was talking about moving back to the valley, someone said. He missed the ranch, missed the life. He tried to buy back some of his land, someone else said. The developer wanted $800 an acre. Ed couldn't afford it, not after the market crash. I heard he approached Cole Brennan, asked to buy 40 acres. Cole turned him down. Cole felt the room's attention shift toward him, not hostile, just curious, wondering if the story was true, wondering what kind of man turns down a neighbor in need. Tom Vickery was standing near the coffee urn. He looked at Cole across the room and their eyes met. Tom opened his mouth like he was going to say something, then closed it again. He turned away and started a conversation with someone else. Cole stayed for another 10 minutes, then found Ruth and they left together. They drove back to the lake in silence. The afternoon sun was slanting through the pine trees, throwing long shadows across the snow. The lake was frozen solid, a white expanse that stretched to the mountains. "Do you think we should have sold to him?" Ruth asked. 40 acres, it might have helped. It wouldn't have helped, Cole said. Ed's problems weren't about land. They were about choices. He chose money over land in '74. That choice led to other choices. Investments, spending. A life built on numbers in an account instead of ground under his feet. Selling him 40 acres wouldn't have changed that. It would have just delayed the reckoning. But he died before he could fix it. You can't fix some mistakes, Ruth. You can only learn from them. And the only way other people learn from them is by watching what happens when you make them. That's cold. It's honest. Ed made a choice. He lived with that choice for 11 years. Now he's gone and the choice remains. His old ranch is 5 vacation homes and an empty lot. My land is still my land. That's not cold. That's just what happened. They drove the rest of the way home without speaking. When they pulled into the driveway, Marcus was outside splitting firewood. He was 14 years old now, tall and lean, handling the axe with the easy competence of someone who'd been doing the work for years. He'd stacked 2 cords already, the split wood arranged in neat rows beside the barn. Cole got out of the truck and walked over to where his son was working. Marcus drove the axe through a round of pine and the wood split clean. He bent to pick up the pieces. "Heard about Mr. Holloway," Marcus said. "That's rough." "It is. People are saying he tried to buy land from us." "He did." "And you said no." "I did." Marcus stacked the split wood and set another round on the chopping block. Was that the right thing to do? Cole thought about how to answer that. Marcus was 14, old enough to understand complexity, old enough to know that right and wrong weren't always simple. It was the honest thing to do, Cole said. Ed wanted to buy back something he'd sold. That's natural. We all want to undo our mistakes, but my land wasn't Ed's mistake to fix. His mistake was selling his own land. He couldn't fix that by buying mine. What if he really needed it? He didn't need land. He needed to go back to 1974 and make a different choice. Nobody can do that. Not Ed, not me, not anyone. You make your choices and you live with them. That's being an adult. Marcus nodded slowly. He picked up the axe again. So we're keeping all of it, all 280 acres. All of it. Even if someone offers us $1 million. Even then. Marcus brought the axe down hard, and the wood split with a crack that echoed off the barn. He looked at his father. Good. Cole put his hand on his son's shoulder just for a moment, then walked back to the cabin. Ruth was in the kitchen starting dinner. Lily was at the table doing homework. The woodstove crackled and popped. Outside, the sound of Marcus splitting firewood continued, steady and rhythmic, the sound of work that needed doing getting done. The 1980s rolled on. The recession bottomed out in 1984, then started a slow recovery. Beef prices climbed back up. Employment improved. The Flathead Valley, which had been holding its breath for 5 years, started breathing again. But the scars remained. Families who'd lost their land didn't get it back. Ranches that had been foreclosed stayed foreclosed. The John Deere dealership sold fewer tractors than it had in the 1970s because farmers remembered what happened to the men who'd bought on credit. Cole's well drilling business picked up in 1986 and 1987. His income climbed back to $12,000, then $15,000. With Ruth's teaching salary, they were making $26,000 a year. They still spent $16,000. The difference went into savings. By 1988, Cole's savings account held $68,000. He was 57 years old. He'd been drilling wells for 30 years. The 1968 Ford F-250 had 300,000 miles on it but still ran. The drilling rig was 33 years old. The cabin needed a new roof. The barn needed new siding. Everything he owned was old and getting older, but everything still worked. And the land, his father's 280 acres bought with ruined lungs and $12,000 in guilt money, was still there. The water was still clean. The sky was still open. The promise was still kept. In August of 1988, a drought hit Montana. The worst drought in 40 years. The snowpack in the Mission Mountains melted 2 months early. Streams that usually ran through September dried up by July. Wells that had never failed started coming up dry. Cole's phone started ringing. Ranchers needed new wells drilled deeper than the old ones. Homeowners needed their wells re-drilled to reach water that had dropped 50 feet below where it used to be. He worked 12-hour days through August and September, drilling into bedrock, fighting through layers of granite that dulled his bits and strained his equipment. He made $22,000 in 2 months, the best 2 months of his career. He came home each night exhausted, his hands cramped from holding the drilling levers, his back aching from the constant vibration. But the work was there, and the work paid, and he did it. In October, one of his clients asked him a question that would stick with him for years. The client was a man named Robert Finch, a California transplant who'd bought a vacation home on the north shore of Flathead Lake in 1985. Finch had paid $400,000 for the property, one of the first signs that land values were recovering. His well had gone dry in August. Cole drilled him a new one, going down 380 feet before hitting good water. When the job was done, Finch wrote a check for $4,500 and stood watching while Cole loaded his equipment. "Can I ask you something?" Finch said. "Sure." "Your property is just south of here, right? The big undeveloped parcel." "That's right." "And you drill wells for a living." I do. So you know about water. You know where it is, how deep it runs, what's clean and what's not. Cole nodded. Your well never went dry this summer, did it? No. Why not? Cole looked at Finch. The man was maybe 45, successful enough to own a $400,000 vacation home, smart enough to ask good questions. Because I'm sitting on a different aquifer than you are, Cole said. Your well taps into a shallow groundwater system that's fed by snowmelt and rainfall. When the drought hit, that system dropped. My land sits on bedrock fractures that hold water from deeper sources. Older water. It doesn't fluctuate much with weather. So your water is more reliable. It is. More valuable. In a drought, yes. Finch thought about that for a moment. Someone offered to buy your land years ago. Big money. You turned them down. I did. Because you knew about the water. Cole shook his head. I turned them down because my father bought this land and told me never to sell it. The water quality was just confirmation that he was right. You could have made millions. Maybe, but I'd have lost something worth more than millions. What's worth more than millions? Cole looked past Finch at Flathead Lake, at the mountains beyond, at the sky that went on forever. Knowing you made the right choice. Finch nodded slowly, like he was trying to understand a language he didn't quite speak. That's a luxury most people can't afford. It's not a luxury, Cole said. It's a discipline, and anyone can afford it if they're willing to pay the price. What price? Saying no to money. You don't need to buy things you don't want. Cole climbed into his truck and drove home. The conversation stayed with him, though. Finch had called it a luxury, but it wasn't. Luxury implied excess, indulgence, something beyond necessity. What Cole had was the opposite. It was necessity stripped down to its core. Clean water, solid ground, a roof that didn't leak, food on the table, family around it. Everything else was negotiable. That fall, Ruth asked Cole a question she'd never asked before. They were sitting on the dock, watching the sun go down. The drought had broken in late September with 3 days of solid rain. The lake was still down 2 feet from normal, but it was recovering. The aspens on the hillside had turned gold. The air smelled like wood smoke and approaching winter. Do you ever wonder what our lives would be like if you'd sold to Ashford? Ruth asked. Cole thought about it. 37 years of marriage had taught him to take Ruth's questions seriously, even the hypothetical ones. Sometimes. And we'd have money, that's certain. $475,000 in 1976, invested at even 5% would be worth over $2 million by now. We could retire, travel, live in town, send the kids to private colleges. Would you want that? Cole was quiet for a long time. The sun was touching the mountains now, turning everything the color of honey. I don't know, he finally said. Maybe some parts of it, the security, the options. But here's what I do know. I'd have spent the last 12 years wondering if I'd done the right thing. Every time the market dropped, I'd wonder if I should have kept the land. Every time land values went up, I'd wonder if I should have waited to sell. Every time I drove past this lake, I'd wonder who was living on my father's land and what they'd done to it. He turned to look at Ruth. I'd rather be poor and certain than rich and wondering. We're not poor. We're not rich either. We have enough, that's better than both. The sun dropped below the mountains. The lake turned dark. Stars appeared in the east, faint at first, then brighter as the sky deepened. Ed Holloway had $288,000, Cole said. He lived in Missoula for 11 years, drove a Cadillac, owned 2 houses, lost half his money in the market and spent the other half on a life he thought would make him happy. Died at 63 wondering how to get back what he'd sold. He paused. I've got $68,000 in the bank and 280 acres of land my father bought with his lungs. I drive a truck with 300,000 miles on it and wear clothes until they fall apart. But I've never once wondered if I made the right choice. And I'll die on this land the same way my father did, knowing it was worth it. Ruth leaned against him. You're a stubborn man, Cole Brennan. I am. Thank God for that. They sat on the dock until full dark, then walked back to the cabin together. Marcus had a fire going in the wood stove. Lily was making hot chocolate on the propane stove. The cabin smelled like pine smoke and chocolate and home. Cole stood in the doorway for a moment, looking at his family, at this life they'd built on land bought with suffering and kept with stubbornness. It wasn't the life other people wanted. It wasn't the life magazines advertised or television showed or financial advisors recommended. But it was honest. And honest, Cole had learned, was worth more than rich. Because rich could disappear in a market crash or a bad investment or a recession that destroyed paper wealth overnight. But honest stayed. It weathered droughts and recessions and decades of people calling you crazy. It outlasted the critics and the developers and the changing fashions of what people thought wealth meant. Honest was land under your feet and water in your well, and a promise kept to a father who'd bought freedom with his breath. That was the lesson of the 1980s. That was what Ed Holloway had learned too late. And that was what Cole Brennan would teach his children, not with words but with the simple fact of still being here, still standing on the same 280 acres, still drinking from the same clean water, still keeping the same promise his father had made 37 years ago in a county recorder's office with tears running down his face. The land would be here. The water would be here. And the Brennans would be here with it. That was the value. That was the choice. And no amount of money, lost or gained, real or imagined, would ever change it. The 1990s arrived in Montana wearing expensive boots and carrying California money. Cole Brennan was 64 years old in the spring of 1992, sitting in his truck outside the Flathead Bank and Trust, watching a man in a suit and sunglasses walk out of the real estate office across the street. The man carried a leather portfolio and moved with the confident stride of someone who'd never been told no in a meaningful way. He climbed into a rented Lincoln Town car and drove south toward the lake. Cole knew what that meant: another buyer, another pitch, another offer he'd have to refuse. The recession had ended in 1991. The recovery that followed was different from anything Montana had seen before. It wasn't ranchers buying land. It wasn't local developers building modest subdivisions. It was tech money from California stock option millionaires looking for second homes in places that still felt wild, still felt real, still felt like the America they'd left behind when they'd gone to Silicon Valley to get rich. Flathead Lake was exactly what they were looking for: remote but accessible, beautiful but undeveloped. The kind of place you could buy a piece of Montana and pretend you were a pioneer while still being 2 hours from an airport. Land values started climbing in 1990, slowly at first, then faster. Lakefront property that had bottomed out at $700 an acre in 1984 climbed to $900 in 1990, then to $1,200 in 1992. By 1995, comparable sales were hitting $2,000 an acre. Cole's 280 acres, which had been worth $196,000 at the bottom of the recession, was now worth $560,000. On paper, he'd gained $364,000 in 5 years, without doing anything except continuing to exist on land his father had bought in 1951. The men in suits noticed. The first serious offer came in September of 1996. A development company called Summit Properties, based in Palo Alto, wanted to build what they called an exclusive lakefront community. 20 custom homes on half-acre lots, each selling for $800,000 to $1.2 million. They needed land. They'd assembled parcels north and south of Cole's property. His 280 acres was right in the middle. The Summit representative was a man named David Chen. He was 38 years old, Stanford MBA, spoke in the clipped, efficient sentences of someone who billed by the hour. He arrived at Cole's property in a white Range Rover that looked like it had never touched dirt before that day. Cole met him in the driveway. It was a Saturday morning in early fall, the aspens turning gold on the hillside, the lake reflecting skies so blue it hurt to look at. "Mr. Brennan," Chen said, extending his hand, "thank you for taking the time to meet with me." Cole shook the hand briefly and said nothing. He'd learned years ago that silence made most people uncomfortable, and uncomfortable people talked more than they should. Chen pulled a folder from his briefcase and opened it on the hood of his Range Rover. Inside were surveys, appraisals, architectural renderings. The renderings showed large homes with expansive windows, manicured lawns rolling down to private docks, a community center with a pool. "We're prepared to offer you $980,000 for your property," Chen said. "That's $3,500 per acre, 30% above current market value. Cash sale, 30-day close. You could be in a new home by Christmas with almost $1 million in the bank." Cole looked at the renderings. The houses were nice, expensive, the kind of places where people who'd made their money in software would spend their weekends pretending to be frontiersmen. He could see the appeal, just not to him. "Not for sale," Cole said. Chen's smile didn't waver. He'd expected this, probably had a whole script prepared for it. "Mr. Brennan, I understand you have an emotional attachment to this property. Your father bought it in the 50s. You've lived here your whole life. That's admirable. But at some point, sentiment has to give way to practical reality. $980,000 is a lot of money. It's financial security. It's retirement. It's the difference between working until you die and actually enjoying your golden years." "I am enjoying them," Cole said. "Drilling wells at 64 years old. I like drilling wells. But you don't have to, not with $980,000. You could retire today, travel, see the world, live anywhere you want." "I live where I want now." Chen tried a different approach. He increased the offer to $1,050,000. He offered to help Cole find comparable property elsewhere in Montana, somewhere with more land, better access, modern amenities. He showed Cole projections of what $1 million could become if invested properly. Compound interest, portfolio diversification, financial independence. Cole listened to all of it with the patient expression of someone watching a sales pitch for a product he'd never use. When Chen finally ran out of talking points, Cole spoke. "My father worked 22 years in a copper mine breathing poison so he could buy this land. He paid for it with his lungs. Every acre. I'm not selling what he paid for with his life so some stockbroker can build a vacation home on it." Chen packed up his folder. His smile was gone now, replaced by the expression of a man who just wasted a billable hour. "You're leaving $1 million on the table, Mr. Brennan." "I'm leaving $1 million in someone else's pocket where it belongs. This is the best offer you're going to get." "I hope so, because if it gets any higher, more people like you are going to show up and waste both our time." Chen drove away in his Range Rover. the vehicle bouncing over the dirt driveway like it had been personally insulted by the terrain. Cole watched him go, then went back to the barn where he'd been rebuilding the transmission on his drilling rig. The story made its way through Kalispell within the week. Cole Brennan turned down $1 million, actually turned it down. People at the diner shook their heads. Tom Vickery, who'd sold his John Deere dealership and retired in 1994, heard about it and laughed. That man will die on that property, with nothing but stubbornness to show for it. But the laughter was different now, less certain. Because the people laughing had watched land values crash and recover twice in 20 years. They'd seen neighbors sell at the top and others sell at the bottom, and nobody could predict which was which until it was too late. Cole Brennan had made one decision in 1976 and stuck with it for 20 years. Maybe he was stubborn, maybe he was crazy, but at least he was consistent. That counted for something. Ruth heard about the offer from another teacher at school. The reaction was different than it had been in the 70s and 80s. Where before there had been pity and confusion, now there was something closer to awe. $1 million, her colleague said. He just said no. He said no to every offer for 20 years, Ruth replied. This one just had more zeros. But don't you want the money, the security? We have security, we own our land, no mortgage, no debt. Cole's savings account has almost $90,000 in it. We're fine. But you could be more than fine. You could be rich. Ruth smiled the way she'd learned to smile at questions that revealed more about the asker than the asked. We are rich. We just measure it differently than you do. That evening, Ruth found Cole in the cabin, sitting at the kitchen table with Marcus. Marcus was 26 now, graduated from Montana State with a degree in computer science, working for a software company in Bozeman. He made $65,000 a year, more money than Cole had ever made in his best year of drilling wells. Marcus had come home for the weekend to help his father install new windows in the cabin. The old windows, original to the 1952 construction, had finally given up after 44 years of Montana winters. The new windows were double pane, energy efficient, and cost $3,000. Cole had saved for 2 years to pay cash for them. They were talking about the Summit Properties offer. Dad, Marcus said, that's $1 million. You could retire. You and Mom could buy a house in town. Travel. You've been drilling wells for 40 years. Don't you want to stop? Cole looked at his son. Marcus was smart, successful, made good money doing work that Cole barely understood. He lived in a nice apartment in Bozeman, drove a 3-year-old Honda Accord, dated a woman who worked for the state environmental department. He had a good life, a modern life, the kind of life that made sense to people who measured success in salary and job titles. But Marcus had grown up on this land. He'd learned to swim in this lake. He'd split firewood with his grandfather's axe. He'd drunk water so clean you could see 30 feet down through it. Those experiences lived in him whether he acknowledged them or not. You think I should have taken the offer, Cole said. It wasn't a question. I think you should consider it. $1 million, Dad. That's generational wealth. That's security for you and Mom. That's an inheritance for Lily and me that doesn't require us to figure out what to do with 280 acres of lakefront property when you're gone. Cole got up and walked to the sink. He filled a glass with water from the tap and drank it. The water was cold, clean, tasteless in the way good water is tasteless. He refilled the glass and brought it back to the table. Taste that, he said to Marcus. Marcus took the glass, confused. He sipped the water. It's water, Dad. What am I tasting for? Clean, you're tasting for clean. That water came from a well 150 feet down. It's filtered through bedrock that's been here since before humans walked upright. There's no chlorine in it, no fluoride, no treatment chemicals, no septic contamination from a neighbor's vacation home. Just water the way water is supposed to taste. Okay, Marcus said, it's good water, I agree, but you can have good water and $1 million. They're not mutually exclusive. They are if getting the $1 million means selling the land that gives you the good water. You could buy other land, better land, more land. Cole sat back down. Son, let me ask you something. Do you remember when you were 14 and we went to Ed Holloway's funeral? Marcus nodded. Do you remember what I told you that day? About choices and consequences. You said Ed made his choice in '74 and had to live with it. That's right. Ed sold his ranch for $288,000, thought he was getting rich, spent the next 11 years watching that money disappear in the stock market and expensive living, died wanting to buy back what he'd sold, died with regrets. Cole paused. I made my choice in '76. I chose to keep this land. I've had 20 years to regret that choice. 20 years of people calling me crazy. 20 years of offers getting bigger. And you know what? I don't regret it. Not once. Not for a minute. That's worth more than $1 million. But what about Mom? Marcus asked. What about what she wants? Ruth spoke from the doorway. She'd been listening. What I want is to not move to town and watch your father spend the rest of his life wondering if he did the right thing. What I want is to stay here where we belong and let the developers find some other lake to ruin. Marcus looked between his parents. He was outnumbered and he knew it. All right, he said. I just don't want you working yourself to death over a principle. Principles are the only things worth working yourself to death over, Cole said. Everything else is just paying bills. The conversation ended there. They finished installing the windows. Marcus drove back to Bozeman on Sunday evening. Cole and Ruth stood on the porch and watched his taillights disappear down the dirt road toward the highway. He doesn't understand, Ruth said. He's 26. He's not supposed to understand. Understanding comes later. Will it come? Ruth asked the question quietly, but Cole heard the worry in it. The worry that they'd raise children who would sell the land the moment their parents were gone. That 2 generations of sacrifice would end in a transaction, a signature on a deed transfer, a check deposited in an account. I don't know, Cole said honestly, but we can't make his choices for him. All we can do is show him why we made ours. By the summer of 1998, land values on Flathead Lake had reached levels that seemed impossible. Comparable lakefront sales were hitting $4,000 per acre. Cole's 280 acres was worth $1,120,000 on paper. The offers kept coming. Development companies, private buyers, investment groups, each one higher than the last. Cole said no to all of them. He stopped opening the letters. Ruth answered the phone calls with a polite but firm "we're not interested in selling" and hung up before the pitch could start. The well drilling business was good in the late '90s. The tech boom had brought money to Montana. New homes were going up. Existing homes were being expanded. Everyone needed water. Cole drilled 32 wells in 1998, his busiest year since 1979. His income hit $42,000. Combined with Ruth's teaching salary, now at $17,000 after 29 years in the same school district, they cleared $59,000 for the year. They spent $28,000. The rest went into savings. By the end of 1998, Cole's savings account held $114,000. He was 67 years old. Ruth was 65. They could retire if they wanted to. Live on Social Security and the interest from their savings and never work another day. But Cole didn't want to retire. He liked the work, liked the rhythm of it, liked the satisfaction of punching through bedrock and hitting water, liked coming home tired and accomplished and ready for dinner. And Ruth liked teaching, liked the kids, liked being part of something that mattered, liked the routine of the school year, the anticipation of summer, the renewal of fall. They'd built a life that fit them. Why would they change it just because they could afford to? In the fall of 1999, a man showed up at the property who was different from the developers who'd come before. His name was Michael Warren. He was 52 years old, a vice president at a biotech company in San Francisco. He'd made $30 million when his company went public in 1997. He wasn't looking to develop Cole's land. He wanted to buy it and keep it exactly as it was. Warren arrived in a rental car, not a Range Rover or a Lincoln. He wore jeans and a flannel shirt, not a suit. He walked up to the cabin and knocked on the door instead of calling ahead. Cole answered. Warren introduced himself, then said something no other buyer had said. "I'm not here to make you sell, Mr. Brennan. I'm here to understand why you won't." Cole studied the man. Warren looked tired, not physically tired, existentially tired, the kind of tired that comes from having everything you thought you wanted and discovering it wasn't enough. "Come in," Cole said. They sat at the kitchen table. Ruth made coffee. Warren looked around at the cabin, at the simple furniture, at the wood stove, at the windows Cole and Marcus had installed 3 years earlier. "How long have you lived here?" Warren asked. "I was born 3 miles from here in 1925. My father bought this land in 1951. I've lived on it since then." 48 years. 48 years. And you've turned down how many offers? Cole thought about it. 6, 7, 8, he'd lost count. "Enough," he said. "The last offer I heard about was 1.1 million. Something like that. Why did you say no?" Cole poured coffee into thick ceramic mugs. He added sugar to his, left Ruth's black, waited to see how Warren took his. "Black, good." "My father spent 22 years working in the Anaconda copper mine," Cole said. "The work destroyed his lungs, killed him at 63. Before he died, he bought this land with the settlement money the company gave him to keep quiet about the silicosis. He paid $11,760 for 280 acres. That's $42 an acre. And he cried when he signed the deed because it meant he'd never have to go underground again." Warren listened without interrupting. "I promised my father I'd keep this land," Cole continued. "That promise is worth more to me than money. More than $1 million, more than $10 million. It's the only promise I've made that I can keep forever. Everything else in life is temporary. Jobs end, people die, things break, but land stays. And as long as I'm alive, this land stays in my family." Warren nodded slowly. He sipped his coffee. When he spoke, his voice was quiet. "I made $30 million in 1997. Stock options. I was in the right place at the right time with the right skills. Overnight, I went from comfortable to obscenely wealthy. And you know what happened?" "What?" Nothing changed. I still went to work, still did the same job, still came home to the same apartment. The money was just numbers in an account. It didn't mean anything." Warren set down his coffee mug. "So I started looking for something that did mean something. Bought a bigger house. Bought a vacation home in Tahoe. Bought cars. Bought art. Bought experiences. Traveled to 30 countries in 2 years. And none of it meant anything either. Because I was trying to buy meaning. And you can't buy meaning. You can only find it or build it or inherit it." He looked at Cole. "You inherited meaning from your father. That's what this land is. It's not an asset. It's a responsibility, a connection, a promise. And I came here today hoping I could buy it from you because I don't have anything like that in my life. But listening to you talk about it, I realize I can't buy it, because if I could buy it, it wouldn't be worth having." The three of them sat in silence for a moment. Then Warren stood. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Brennan, and thank you for not selling. The world needs more people like you." Warren left. Cole watched him drive away, then turned to Ruth. "That's the first honest man who's tried to buy this place." Think he understood. I think he understood that he can't buy what he's looking for. Whether that changes anything for him, I don't know. Later that evening, Cole walked down to the lake. The sun was setting, turning the water gold and pink. The mountains were dark silhouettes against the fading light. A pair of loons called back and forth across the water, their cries echoing off the rocks. Cole stood on the dock, the same dock his father had built in 1952, and thought about all the offers he'd refused. $475,000 in 1976, $980,000 in 1996, $1,050,000 the same year, and dozens of smaller offers in between. If he'd taken the first offer and invested it conservatively, it would be worth over $3 million by now. $3 million versus $114,000 in savings and 280 acres of land. Most people would say he'd made the wrong choice. Most people would say he'd left millions of dollars on the table. Most people would say he was the biggest fool in Montana. But most people didn't understand the difference between price and value. The price of this land was $1,120,000 according to current market comparables. The value was immeasurable. It was his father crying in a county recorder's office. It was a promise kept across 2 generations. It was water so clean you could see the rocks 30 feet down. It was sky that went on forever. It was home in a way that had nothing to do with architecture and everything to do with belonging. You couldn't buy that. You could only protect it. Cole walked back to the cabin as darkness settled over the lake. Ruth had dinner waiting. They ate together in comfortable silence, then sat on the porch and watched the stars come out. Tomorrow he'd drill another well. The day after that, another. He'd keep working until his back gave out or his hands stopped working or something else broke that couldn't be fixed. And when that day came, he'd stop working, but he'd still be here on this land, drinking this water, keeping this promise. That was the choice. That was the value. And all the money in Silicon Valley couldn't buy it or replace it or improve on it. In December of 1999, Marcus came home for Christmas. He brought his girlfriend Sarah, the environmental scientist from the State Department. They'd been dating for 2 years. Marcus was thinking about proposing. On Christmas Eve, the 4 of them sat around the wood stove. Cole had cut a small pine from the property and Ruth had decorated it with ornaments accumulated over 40 years. Outside, snow was falling, soft and steady, covering the ground in white. Sarah asked Cole about the land, about the offers, about why he'd said no so many times. Cole told her the same story he'd told Warren, about Otis in the copper mine, about the settlement money, about the promise. Sarah listened with the intensity of someone who understood that natural resources weren't infinite and development wasn't always progress. When Cole finished, Sarah said something that surprised him. "There's an artesian spring system under your property, isn't there?" Cole looked at her. "How did you know that?" "I work for the Montana Department of Environmental Quality. Part of my job is tracking groundwater systems. I've seen the geological surveys for this area. Your property sits on top of one of the few uncontaminated artesian systems left on Flathead Lake. Most of the others have been compromised by septic systems from developments built in the 70s and 80s. Cole nodded. I've known about the springs since I started drilling wells. The water here is different than anywhere else around the lake. Cleaner, colder, more reliable. It's not just different, Sarah said, it's irreplaceable. Once an artesian system gets contaminated, it's contaminated forever. There's no cleaning it, no filtering it. It's just gone. She leaned forward. The developments that wanted to buy your land would have put in septic systems. Maybe not right away. Maybe they would have promised to connect to a central sewer system eventually. But in Montana, especially in rural areas, eventually never comes. They would have built 20 houses with 20 septic systems, and in 10 years, maybe 15, those systems would have started leaching into the aquifer. And this water, this irreplaceable artesian water, would have been ruined. You're saying my father bought the only clean water left, Cole said. I'm saying your father bought the last honest water on this part of the lake. And you've been protecting it for 48 years without even knowing how important that was. Marcus was quiet. Cole could see his son processing this information, recalculating the value equation he'd been running in his head since the first big offer came in. So if Dad had sold, Ruth said, we wouldn't just have lost the land. We would have helped poison the water supply. Yes, Sarah said, that's exactly what would have happened. The room was quiet except for the crackling of the fire. Snow continued to fall outside, visible in the glow of the porch light. Marcus spoke finally. Dad, I owe you an apology. For what? For thinking you were being stubborn, for thinking you should have taken the money. I was measuring everything in dollars and you were measuring it in something else, something I didn't understand. You understand now. Marcus looked at Sarah, then back at his father. I'm starting to. Sarah's been teaching me that not everything valuable has a price tag, that some things, once you sell them or destroy them or use them up, you can't get them back. I thought that was environmental activist talk, but sitting here, drinking water from your well, learning that this is the last clean aquifer around the lake, I'm starting to see it differently. Cole nodded. That's all I can ask. On Christmas morning, Marcus and Sarah went for a walk down to the lake. When they came back an hour later, Marcus pulled Cole aside. I'm going to ask Sarah to marry me, Marcus said. And when I do, I want to ask you something else. All right. If Sarah says yes, and if we have kids someday, I want to bring them here, to this land. I want them to drink this water and swim in this lake and learn the things you taught me, about taking care of things, about knowing what's valuable, about keeping promises. Cole felt something tighten in his chest. This was the question he'd been waiting for without knowing he was waiting for it. The question that would determine whether 2 generations of sacrifice meant anything or ended with him. You're always welcome here, Cole said. You and Sarah and whatever children you have. This is your land as much as it's mine. It always has been. Even if I doubted you, even if I thought you should have sold. Especially then, doubt is how you learn. I doubted my father when I was your age. Thought he was crazy for refusing offers in the 60s. Took me 20 years to understand he was right. You figured it out faster than I did. Marcus smiled. Then he hugged his father, something he hadn't done since he was 12 years old. 3 months later, Marcus and Sarah got engaged. They set the wedding for June of 2000. Sarah asked if they could hold the ceremony on the property, down by the lake. Ruth spent the spring of 2000 planning a wedding that would host 80 guests on land that had never seen more than a dozen people at once. The wedding day was perfect. Clear sky, temperature in the mid-70s, a light breeze off the lake that kept the mosquitoes down. They set up chairs on the slope between the cabin and the water. Marcus stood at the shoreline in a rented suit, looking nervous in a way Cole had never seen him look nervous before. Cole walked Sarah down the makeshift aisle. Her father had died when she was 16, and she'd asked Cole to stand in. As they walked together toward Marcus, Sarah leaned close and whispered, "Thank you for not selling this land. I know that sounds strange to say at my wedding, but I mean it. This place matters. What you've protected here matters." Cole squeezed her arm gently. "You're going to help him understand that," he said. "He's going to need you to remind him when things get hard." The ceremony was simple. The reception was held in the barn, which Ruth and Lily had cleaned and decorated with wild flowers and strings of lights. People danced on the dirt floor. They ate barbecue and drank beer and celebrated two young people starting a life together on land that had seen one generation end and another begin. Late in the evening, after most of the guests had left, Cole found Marcus and Sarah sitting on the dock, their feet dangling in the water. The moon was rising over the mountains, throwing silver light across the lake. "Mind if I join you?" Cole asked. Marcus moved over to make room. Cole sat down beside his son, his own feet in the water. The cold felt good after a long day on his feet. "Thank you for this," Marcus said, "for letting us have the wedding here, for everything." "This is your home too," Cole said, "always has been. Your children will grow up knowing this place the way you did. The way I did. That's worth more than anything." They sat in silence for a while, listening to the water lap against the dock pilings. "Dad," Marcus said, "I need to tell you something." "All right." When Sarah told me about the aquifer, about how rare clean water is becoming around the lake, I did some research. I talked to people at the Department of Environmental Quality. I looked at geological surveys, and what I found out scared me. "What did you find?" Marcus turned to look at his father. "Every single development around this lake built since 1970 has contaminated its own water supply within 20 years. Every single one. The septic systems leach into the groundwater. The chemicals from lawns and golf courses seep through the soil. Within a generation, the water that was clean becomes unusable." Cole nodded. "I've been watching it happen for 30 years. Every well I drill these days, I have to go deeper than the last one. The shallow aquifers are all compromised." "The developments that tried to buy this land," Marcus continued, "they would have done the same thing. 20 houses with 20 septic systems would have poisoned the aquifer within 15 years. The water that's been clean since the Ice Age would have been ruined. Forever." He paused. "You saved more than just the land, Dad. You saved the water, not just for us, for everyone downstream, for the lake itself. And you did it by just saying no." "I did it by keeping a promise to my father." "Maybe that's the same thing." Sarah spoke up. "I ran the numbers," she said. "There are approximately 400 billion gallons of water in the artesian system under this property. If that water were contaminated, it would eventually contaminate at least 10% of Flathead Lake's volume. That's 40 billion gallons of lake water. The economic impact would be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Tourism would collapse. Property values would crash. The ecosystem would be permanently damaged." She looked at Cole. "You've been sitting on one of the most valuable natural resources in Montana, and you didn't even know it. And every time you said no to a developer, you were protecting not just your land but the entire lake." Cole absorbed this information slowly. He'd known the water was clean. He'd known the aquifer was different from the surrounding area, but he hadn't understood the scale of what he was protecting. "So if I'd sold to Ashford in '76, Cole said slowly, or to Summit Properties in '96, or to any of them, I wouldn't just have broken a promise to my father. I would have helped destroy Flathead Lake." "Eventually, yes," Sarah said. "It might have taken 20 years, might have taken 30, but it would have happened." Marcus put his hand on his father's shoulder. I used to think you were being stubborn, Dad, irrational, leaving money on the table for no good reason. But you weren't. You were protecting something that can't be replaced, and I'm sorry it took me this long to see it. Cole looked out at the lake, at the moonlight reflecting off water that had been clean for 10,000 years and would stay clean as long as he kept his promise. Your grandfather used to say the money will be spent in 10 years, but the land will be here in 100, Cole said. He was wrong about the timeline. The money would have been spent in 5 years, but the land and the water will be here in 1,000. That Christmas was the last time all four of them would be together in the cabin. Ruth retired from teaching in the spring of 2000 after 32 years in the same school district. She was 67 years old. Cole was 69. They were both eligible for Social Security. Between that and their savings, now at $123,000, they could live comfortably without Cole drilling another well. But Cole kept working. Not every day, not 40 wells a year, but enough. 10 wells in 2000, 8 in 2001. He was slowing down, his back protesting the long days bent over the drilling rig, his hands aching from the vibration of the equipment. But the work still satisfied him, still gave him purpose. And the land was still there. The water was still clean. The promise was still kept. In the fall of 2002, Cole was drilling a well for a new homeowner 5 miles north of his property when he hit contamination at 180 feet. The water came up brown, smelling of sulfur and something worse. Septic. He kept drilling, going down to 420 feet before hitting clean water. When the job was done, the homeowner asked him why the shallow water was contaminated. Development, Cole said. Someone built houses uphill from here 10, 15 years ago, put in septic systems. They've been leaching into the groundwater ever since. Eventually they'll contaminate the deep aquifer too, just takes longer. How long? Another 10 years maybe 20, depends on the geology. Can it be cleaned? Cole shook his head. Once an aquifer is contaminated, it's contaminated. You can't filter rock. The homeowner looked worried. Should I be concerned about my water? You're at 420 feet. You're below the contamination layer. For now. But if I were you, I'd have the water tested every year. And I'd start thinking about what you'll do when the contamination reaches your depth. What will I do? Move probably, or drill deeper, or truck water in. There's no good options once the aquifer goes bad. The homeowner stood there looking at his new well, at the $4,500 he just paid for water that might be poisoned in 10 years. He'd bought his property for $300,000, built a house for another $200,000. And now he was learning that the most important thing, the thing you couldn't see or touch or photograph, the water beneath his feet, was already compromised. Is this happening everywhere? The homeowner asked. Cole looked around at the valley, at the houses dotting the hillsides, at the developments that had sprung up in the last 30 years. Everywhere there's development and septic systems, yes. The ground can only absorb so much. After that, it just spreads. Into the aquifer, into the lake, into every well downstream. You can't see it happening. It takes decades, but it's happening. What about your property? You're on the lake too. My property sits on a different geological formation. Artesian springs fed by deep bedrock fractures. The water comes from below the contamination layer. As long as nobody develops the land above it, as long as no septic systems go in, the water stays clean. The homeowner was quiet for a moment. Then he said, I heard developers tried to buy your land. Multiple times, big money. They did. Why didn't you sell? Cole looked at the man. He was maybe 40, successful enough to afford a $500,000 property, smart enough to ask hard questions, but not experienced enough yet to know that some questions didn't have simple answers. "Because I promised my father I wouldn't," Cole said, "and because selling would have meant doing to my land what someone else did to yours, turning clean water into a 20-year problem." The homeowner nodded slowly. He understood now. Understood that Cole's refusal to sell hadn't been about money or stubbornness or not understanding economics. It had been about understanding exactly what economics couldn't measure: the cost of clean water, the value of a promise, the difference between ownership and stewardship. "I wish whoever owned this land before me had made the same choice," the homeowner said. "So do I," Cole said, "but they didn't. And now you're dealing with the consequences. That's how it works. One generation makes a choice. The next generation lives with it." Cole drove home thinking about that conversation, thinking about how development was slowly poisoning every aquifer around Flathead Lake except his, thinking about how his father's decision to buy this particular piece of land in 1951 was looking smarter every year, thinking about how every offer he'd refused had been an offer to poison water. That evening, he told Ruth about the contaminated well. "It's happening everywhere," he said. "Every development built in the 70s and 80s is starting to show contamination now. Septic systems that were installed 30 years ago are failing. The ground can't absorb it anymore. It's seeping into the water table." "But not here," Ruth said. "Not here, not yet, because we didn't develop, because we kept the land the way it was." "Do you think Marcus understands that now?" "I think he's starting to." Sarah helped. "She knows what contamination means, what it costs, what you lose when you lose clean water." Cole looked out the window at the lake, dark now under a moonless sky. "Every time we said no to a developer," Ruth said, "we saved the water." "We did, we just didn't know it at the time." "Do you think your father knew, back in '51 when he bought this land?" Cole thought about that. Had Otis known about the aquifer? Had he understood the geology? Or had he just bought the only land he could afford and gotten lucky? "I don't know," Cole said, "but I like to think he knew something. He spent 22 years underground. He knew what bad water tasted like. He knew what poisoned air felt like. Maybe when he drank from this lake for the first time, he tasted something different, something clean, and maybe that was enough. Maybe that was everything." "The next offer that comes," Ruth said, "should we tell them about the aquifer? About what would happen if they developed the land?" Cole thought about that. Would it matter? Would developers care that their septic systems would poison the water in 20 years? Probably not. 20 years was someone else's problem, the next owner's problem, not theirs. "No," Cole said. "Let them figure it out themselves. If they cared about water quality, they wouldn't be trying to build 20 houses on lakefront property in the first place." That winter, Marcus and Sarah visited for Thanksgiving. Sarah was 5 months pregnant with their first child, a boy, they'd found out. They were going to name him Otis after Cole's father. When Sarah told Cole and Ruth the name, Ruth cried. Cole didn't cry, but his eyes got wet, and he had to look away for a moment. "That's a good name," he said when he could speak again. "A strong name. Your great-grandfather would be proud." Marcus put his arm around Sarah. "We want Otis to grow up knowing this place," Marcus said. "Knowing where he comes from. Knowing what his great-great-grandfather sacrificed to buy this land. Knowing why it matters." "He will," Cole said. "You'll bring him here and he'll swim in the lake and drink the water and learn the stories. Same as you did. Same as I did." "And when he's older," Sarah added, "when he's old enough to understand, we'll tell him about the aquifer. About the 400 billion gallons of clean water under his feet. about how his great-great-great-grandfather protected it by refusing to sell, about how that choice rippled forward through time and saved something irreplaceable. Cole looked at Sarah, this young woman who understood geology and hydrology and environmental science, who could explain in technical terms what Cole had only understood instinctively. She was going to teach his grandson things Cole could never teach him. And that was good. Every generation needed to understand the world in its own language. But the core lesson would be the same. Some things aren't for sale, some promises can't be broken, some water is too clean to poison. The offers kept coming through 2003 and 2004, but Cole noticed a change. The developers were getting more aggressive. The offers were getting higher, but the terms were getting worse. Contingencies, conditions, clauses that would let the buyer back out if environmental reviews showed problems. They know, Cole told Ruth. They know the water is getting contaminated. They're trying to buy before the testing shows it. Are they testing our property? Probably, but they won't find contamination here, and that's going to make them want it even more. Cole was right. In the spring of 2005, 3 different development companies made offers within 2 weeks of each other. The highest was $2.1 million, more than 4 times what Ashford had offered in 1976. Cole said no to all 3. The last honest water on Flathead Lake wasn't for sale. Not for $2 million. Not for any amount. Because some things, once you sell them, you can never get back. And clean water was at the top of that list. Otis Marcus Brennan was born on March 27, 2001, at Kalispell Regional Medical Center. He weighed 7 pounds, 9 ounces. He had his mother's dark eyes and his father's determined chin. Cole met his grandson when Otis was 3 hours old, holding the baby with the careful intensity of a man who'd waited 70 years to understand what legacy actually meant. "This is what we've been protecting," Ruth whispered, standing beside Cole as he cradled the infant. "Not just land, not just water, this." Cole couldn't speak. He just looked down at his grandson, at this new life that would inherit 280 acres of Montana and a promise made 50 years earlier in a county recorder's office. The baby made a small sound, shifted in his sleep, and Cole felt the weight of 3 generations settle onto his shoulders like a familiar burden. The 2000s came to Flathead Lake like a fever, all heat and urgency and irrational exuberance. The tech boom that had brought California money in the 90s intensified into something stranger. Now it wasn't just millionaires looking for vacation homes. It was billionaires, hedge fund managers, celebrities, people whose wealth existed in numbers so large they stopped meaning anything. And they all wanted lakefront property in Montana. By 2003, land values had passed anything Cole had seen in his lifetime. Comparable sales were hitting $6,000 per acre. His 280 acres was worth $1.68 million on paper. In 2005, sales hit $8,500 per acre, $2.38 million. In 2007, at the peak of the real estate boom, lakefront went for $12,000 per acre. Cole's property was worth $3.36 million. He was 76 years old. Ruth was 74. They'd been married 38 years. They lived on Social Security checks totaling $1,800 a month and the interest from $132,000 in savings. Cole had stopped drilling wells in 2004 when his back finally gave him an ultimatum he couldn't ignore. He could walk or he could drill, not both. He chose walking. They lived simply, grew vegetables in the garden, caught fish from the lake, heated the cabin with wood Cole split himself, working slowly, resting often, taking 3 days to do what used to take 3 hours. Their annual expenses ran about $22,000. Between Social Security and savings interest, they cleared $24,000. They were still saving $2,000 a year at an age when most people were spending down their retirement. The offers came weekly now, sometimes daily. Phone calls, letters, people showing up unannounced, development companies, private equity firms, a Saudi prince, a software CEO, a movie producer, each one willing to pay more than the last, each one certain that enough money would change Cole's mind. They were wrong. In the summer of 2005, something happened that Cole had been dreading for 29 years. Victor Ashford came back. He arrived on a Thursday afternoon in July, driving a 10-year-old Toyota Camry instead of a seaplane, looking 29 years older and infinitely more tired. He was 72 now, retired from development, living in Great Falls on a pension and Social Security. The resort empire he tried to build had collapsed in the 80s. He'd worked various jobs since then. Real estate agent, property manager, consultant. He'd never rebuilt his wealth. Cole was sitting on the porch when Ashford pulled into the driveway. Ruth was inside making lunch. The lake was mirror smooth, reflecting clouds that looked solid enough to walk on. Ashford got out of the Camry slowly, moving like his joints hurt. He wore khakis and a polo shirt, both worn at the edges. He walked up to the porch and stopped at the bottom of the steps. "Mr. Brennan," he said. "Mr. Ashford." They looked at each other for a long moment. Two old men who'd last met when they were younger, and the world was different, and $475,000 had seemed like all the money that mattered. "May I sit?" Ashford asked. Cole gestured to the empty chair beside him. Ashford climbed the steps carefully and lowered himself into the seat with a small sound of relief. "I came to apologize," Ashford said. Cole waited. "I came here in 1976 and called you a fool for not selling. I spent the next 10 years telling anyone who'd listen that you'd made the biggest mistake of your life, that you'd left $500,000 on the table out of stubbornness or ignorance or both." Ashford paused. "I was wrong about all of it. You weren't a fool. You were the only person in the valley who understood what mattered, and I'm sorry it took me 29 years to tell you that." Cole nodded slowly. "Thank you for saying it." "I built 14 resorts in my career," Ashford continued. "Spent 40 years in development. Made millions, lost millions, and you know what I have to show for it? A 12-year-old car and a pension that barely covers rent. Everything I built is gone or sold or foreclosed on. But this land, your land, it's still here, still in your family, still doing what it's always done." "What's that?" "Being what it is. Land, water, home. The things that don't change just because markets crash or fortunes reverse or men get old and stupid." Ashford looked out at the lake. "My project failed, you know. The resort I wanted to build here got caught in environmental regulations. Couldn't get permits. Investors pulled out. By 1978 it was dead. If you'd sold to me, you would have gotten your money and I would have lost it all anyway trying to build something the state would never have allowed." "I know," Cole said. "You knew in '76. "No, but I figured it out later, when the Lake Protection Act passed and projects started stalling. I realized you'd have spent my money fighting regulations you couldn't beat. So you saved me from myself. I saved my land. What you did with your plans after that was your business." Ashford smiled, a sad smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Your property is worth over $3 million now," he said. "Did you know that?" "I've heard." "Are you going to sell?" "No." "Even at $3 million?" "Especially at $3 million, because that number proves I was right in '76. If I'd sold to you for $475,000 and invested it, I'd have maybe 2 million today after taxes and inflation and bad investment decisions. Instead, I've got the land, the water, and the certainty that I kept my promise. That's worth more than 3 million. Ashford was quiet for a moment. Then he said, I envy you, Mr. Brennan. Not the money you turned down, the certainty. I've spent 40 years wondering if I made the right choices. You've spent 40 years knowing you did. That's a kind of wealth I never understood how to acquire. It's not wealth, Cole said. It's just stubbornness applied consistently over time. Ashford laughed, a real laugh this time. Maybe that's the same thing. They sat together for another 10 minutes, watching the lake, two old men who'd started as adversaries and ended as something closer to understanding. Then Ashford stood, shook Cole's hand and drove away in his Camry. Cole never saw him again. Ruth came out onto the porch carrying 2 sandwiches and 2 glasses of lemonade. Was that who I think it was? It was. What did he want? To apologize, to tell me I was right. Were you surprised? Not really. I've been right for 40 years. I figured people would start noticing eventually. Ruth smiled and handed him a sandwich. They ate lunch on the porch, watching the lake, comfortable in the silence that comes from 38 years of marriage and shared certainty. That fall, the development pressure reached a new intensity. A company called Pinnacle Development Group assembled a consortium of investors and made an offer that dwarfed everything that had come before. $4.2 million. Cash. 30-day close. No contingencies. The offer came via certified letter. Cole read it once, then handed it to Ruth. She read it twice, then set it on the kitchen table. 4.2 million, she said. That's what it says. What are you going to do? Same thing I've done for 40 years, say no. Even though it's 4.2 million. Especially because it's 4.2 million. The bigger the number, the more important it is to say no. Because the bigger the number, the more people think you're crazy for refusing it. And I need people to understand that some things aren't for sale at any price. Ruth picked up the letter again, studying the number like she was trying to decode a foreign language. Marcus is going to have questions, she said. Marcus always has questions. That's what makes him smart. And Otis, when he's old enough to understand, he's going to ask why his grandfather turned down $4 million. And I'll tell him the same thing I told his father, that his great-great-grandfather bought this land with his lungs, that I promised to keep it, that a promise kept is worth more than any amount of money. If he doesn't understand that when he's young, he'll understand it when he's older, same as his father did. Cole picked up a pen and wrote across the bottom of the letter, not interested. Thank you. He signed it, put it back in the envelope, and mailed it the next morning. The response came 3 days later. Not a letter this time, a phone call, then another, then a man at the door. The investors behind Pinnacle weren't used to being told no. They were used to negotiating, finding pressure points, making deals that couldn't be refused. But Cole had been refusing deals for 40 years. He knew every tactic, every approach, every argument. He'd heard them all before, just with smaller numbers attached. The final push came in December of 2005. A lawyer representing Pinnacle showed up with a new strategy. If Cole wouldn't sell outright, would he consider a 99-year lease? The land would stay in his family. The investors would develop it responsibly. Cole would receive $600,000 per year in lease payments. $600,000 per year meant Cole would make more in 2 months than he'd made in his best year of drilling wells. Over 10 years, it would be $6 million. Over the life of the lease, $59.4 million. Cole listened to the entire pitch without interrupting. When the lawyer finished, Cole asked one question. "What would you build on the land?" The lawyer brightened, thinking he'd found an opening. He pulled out renderings, 30 luxury homes, a private marina, a clubhouse, a spa, all designed to blend with the natural landscape, he said, all using the most advanced septic systems, all minimal impact. Septic systems, Cole said. The most advanced available, triple filtration, regular inspections, guaranteed for 50 years. And where does the septic go? Into the ground. That's how septic systems work, Mr. Brennan. Into the aquifer, you mean? The lawyer hesitated. Eventually, yes. But with modern systems, the contamination is negligible, within acceptable EPA limits. There's an artesian aquifer under this property, Cole said. 400 billion gallons of clean water that's been clean since before humans existed on this continent. Your acceptable EPA limits for contamination mean it won't be clean anymore. Maybe not in 5 years. Maybe not in 10. But in 20 years, 30 years, that water will be poisoned. And once it's poisoned forever. The technology has improved significantly since the developments built in the 70s, the lawyer argued. But the principle is the same. You put waste into the ground and eventually it reaches the water. I don't care how good your filters are. I don't care what the EPA says is acceptable. Contaminated is contaminated. Mr. Brennan, we're talking about $59 million over 99 years. And I'm talking about 400 billion gallons of water that will last 10,000 years if nobody poisons it. Your math doesn't work. Your timeline is too short. You're measuring in decades and dollars. I'm measuring in centuries and aquifers. The lawyer left frustrated. Cole imagined he reported back to his investors that Cole Brennan was impossible to negotiate with, irrational, stubborn beyond reason. Cole didn't mind. He'd been called worse. By the end of 2006, the pressure had reached a level that would have broken most people. Offers came weekly, phone calls daily. People showed up at the property uninvited, walking the land, taking photos, acting like it already belonged to them. Cole started keeping the gate at the end of the driveway locked, started calling the sheriff when trespassers ignored the no trespassing signs. The valley had gone mad with money. People who'd lived modestly their whole lives were suddenly millionaires. Ranchers who'd barely scraped by were selling to developers for numbers that seemed fictional. Land that had been in families for generations was being subdivided, developed, transformed into something unrecognizable. And through it all, Cole Brennan sat on 280 acres of the most valuable undeveloped lakefront property in Montana and refused to sell. People stopped trying to understand him. They just accepted that Cole was Cole, stubborn, impossible, the last holdout in a valley that had surrendered to market forces. But then 2008 came. The financial crisis hit in September of 2008 like a cliff appearing suddenly in dense fog. The stock market crashed. Real estate values imploded. Development projects halted mid-construction. Investors who'd been throwing millions at Montana lakefront disappeared overnight. Land values on Flathead Lake dropped 40% in 6 months. Properties that had sold for $12,000 per acre in 2007 were being listed for $7,000 in early 2009. Properties that had sold for $3 million were worth $1.8 million. Cole's property, which had peaked at $3.36 million in 2007, was now worth $2.01 million on paper. He'd lost $1.35 million in unrealized value. The phone calls stopped, the letters stopped, the trespassers stopped. The valley went quiet in a way it hadn't been quiet in 15 years. At the diner in Kalispell, the conversation was bitter. People who'd sold at the peak congratulated themselves. People who'd sold too early cursed their timing. People who'd held on hoping for higher prices cursed their greed. And Cole Brennan, who'd never sold at all, said nothing, because he'd lost nothing. You can't lose what you never had. Paper wealth isn't real wealth. And the only wealth Cole had ever valued was still there. The land, the water, the promise kept. Tom Vickery's grandson, who'd taken over the family's dealership after Tom died in 2003, mentioned Cole at the diner one morning in early 2009. Cole Brennan's land dropped from $3.3 million to $2 million. That's $1.3 million in losses. Biggest fool in the valley. But an older man, someone who'd watched the cycle twice before, spoke up. He didn't lose anything. He never counted it as his in the first place. The only people who lost money are the people who borrowed against inflated values or sold and bought something else that crashed harder. Cole still got his land. Same land he had in 2007. Same land he had in 1976. Nothing's changed for him except a number on a tax assessment. The younger man wanted to argue but couldn't find the logic. Because the old man was right. Cole hadn't lost anything. He just watched everyone else's valuation of his property fluctuate while his own valuation remained constant. Land, water, promise, those things didn't crash with the market. In the spring of 2009, Cole was sitting on the porch when a familiar car pulled into the driveway, a 10-year-old Honda Accord. Marcus. But Marcus wasn't alone. Sarah was with him, and in the back seat, strapped into a car seat, was Otis. 8 years old now, growing up in Bozeman, visiting the lake every few months, learning to swim in water his great-great-grandfather had protected. They got out of the car and Marcus lifted Otis out of his seat. The boy ran straight to Cole, climbing up onto the porch and into his grandfather's lap with the unself-conscious affection of childhood. "Grandpa," Otis said, "can we go fishing?" After lunch, Cole said, "Right now I need to talk to your father." Marcus and Sarah came up onto the porch. They looked worried. "Dad," Marcus said, "we heard about the crash, about land values dropping. Are you okay? Do you need anything?" Cole almost laughed. His son had driven 3 hours from Bozeman to check on him because land values had dropped. As if Cole's well-being depended on what strangers were willing to pay for land he'd never sell. "We're fine," Cole said. "Nothing's changed for us." "But you lost over $1 million in value." "I didn't lose anything. The market's opinion of what my land is worth went down. That's different than losing something." "Still," Marcus said, "if you'd sold at the peak, you'd have over $3 million right now. You'd be insulated from the crash." "If I'd sold at the peak," Cole said, "I'd have broken a promise to my father. I'd have poisoned the aquifer. I'd have turned this place into 30 vacation homes with septic systems that would contaminate the lake. And I'd be sitting somewhere else right now, probably in town, probably in a house I didn't want, wondering if I'd done the right thing. That would be a real loss. What happened to a number on a tax form isn't." Sarah spoke up. "The Department of Environmental Quality just released a study. Every development built around the lake in the last 30 years is showing groundwater contamination. Every single one. Septic failure, chemical runoff, all of it seeping into the aquifer. Your property is one of 6 parcels on the entire lake that still shows uncontaminated water." Cole looked at her. 6 parcels out of how many? "There are over 200 developed parcels on the lake. 6 are still clean. Yours is the largest." "The rarest too, then." "Not just rare. Irreplaceable. Once the others get contaminated, and they will within the next 20 years, yours will be the only significant clean water source on the entire western shore." Cole absorbed this information. He'd known his water was clean. He'd known the developments were poisoning themselves. But hearing it quantified, hearing that only 3% of the lake's developed shoreline still had clean water, made the stakes suddenly clearer. So if I'd sold to Pinnacle, Cole said slowly, and they'd built their 30 homes with their advanced septic systems, we'd have contaminated the last major clean water source on this part of the lake. Within 20 years, yes, Sarah said, maybe 15. And there's no fixing it once it's contaminated. No, once an aquifer is poisoned, it's poisoned. You can't drill deeper, you can't filter it, you can't clean it, it's just dead water. Otis was playing with a toy truck on the porch, making engine sounds, oblivious to the conversation. Cole watched his grandson and thought about the water that boy was drinking. Water from a well 150 feet down. Water filtered through bedrock that had been here since before humans walked the earth. Water that would still be clean when Otis was an old man, if Cole kept the promise. Marcus, Cole said, do you understand now why I won't sell? Marcus looked at his son, then at his father. I think I've understood for a few years now, Marcus said. Since Sarah explained the aquifer, since I realized what you were protecting. But hearing about the study, about the contamination spreading everywhere except here, yeah, I understand. You're not just keeping land. You're keeping the last clean water on the lake. Not just keeping it, Cole said, protecting it for him. Cole gestured at Otis. For his children, for whoever comes after. Because once it's gone forever. And all the money Pinnacle offered, all the millions I supposedly lost in the crash, none of that can buy back clean water once it's poisoned. The four of them sat on the porch, 3 generations of Brennans and the woman who'd helped the 3rd generation see what the 1st generation had known instinctively. The lake stretched out before them, blue and vast and seemingly infinite. But they knew better. They knew the water beneath the surface was finite, fragile, irreplaceable. And they knew that protecting it required the one thing money couldn't buy, the willingness to say no. In 2010, land values started recovering, slowly at first, then faster. By 2012, lakefront was back up to $9,000 per acre. By 2015, $11,000. The boom was returning, though more measured this time, less frantic. People who'd been burned in 2008 were cautious now. Development was slower, more thoughtful. But the pressure on Cole resumed. New developers, new offers, each one certain they could succeed where others had failed. They couldn't. The offers in the 2010s had a different character than those in earlier decades. The developers were smarter now, more sophisticated. They talked about conservation easements and green building and sustainable development. They promised to protect the aquifer, to use advanced waste treatment, to minimize environmental impact. Cole listened to these pitches with the patience of a man who'd heard every variation for 40 years. The words changed, the promises evolved, but the fundamental truth remained. You couldn't develop land and protect water, not when profit mattered more than preservation. In 2013, a group called Lake Ventures made an offer designed to address Cole's objections. They would buy the land for $2.8 million. They would deed half back as a conservation easement. They would use composting toilets instead of septic. They would install a state-of-the-art water treatment facility. The pitch came from Jennifer Morrison, 35, environmental engineer from Stanford, genuinely passionate about sustainable development. She spent 2 hours explaining the technology, the safeguards, the monitoring systems. Cole let her finish, then he asked one question. What happens in 50 years when the treatment facility needs replacement, and the homeowners association doesn't want to pay for it? Morrison blinked. I'm sorry. Your treatment facility costs what? $500,000 to install. $600,000. And it has a functional lifespan of 40 to 50 years. When replacement time comes, the homeowners will look at the cost and decide it's too expensive. They'll vote to connect to a county sewer that doesn't exist yet, or grandfather in septic systems under some loophole, or do what every aging development does, defer maintenance until the system fails. That won't happen. We'll have covenants. Covenants get changed. Homeowner associations amend them all the time. I've watched it happen at every development around this lake for 40 years. Original promises last one generation. The second generation wants convenience over cost, and the water pays the price. Morrison left without closing the deal. 3 weeks later, Ecolake Ventures dissolved. By 2015, Cole was 84 years old. Ruth was 82. They'd been married 46 years. Cole walked with a cane now, his back finally giving up after 60 years of physical labor. He couldn't split wood anymore. Marcus came up once a month to do it for him. Couldn't fish anymore either, couldn't sit in a boat that long without his joints locking up. But he could sit on the porch, could watch the lake, could drink water from a well that would stay clean as long as he kept refusing to sell. That summer, something happened that Cole had been watching for but hoping wouldn't come. The first development built in 1985, a cluster of 12 vacation homes called Lakeside Estates, reported complete septic system failure. All 12 homes. The ground had reached saturation. The systems weren't processing waste anymore. Raw sewage was backing up into yards and seeping into the lake. The county issued an emergency order. The homeowners had 3 options: connect to a municipal sewer system that was 10 miles away and would cost each home $120,000 to reach, install new advanced treatment systems at $80,000 per home, or abandon the properties. Most of the owners had bought their homes in the late 80s and early 90s. They'd paid between $200,000 and $300,000 for lakefront properties. Now they were looking at 6-figure bills for sewage systems, or selling homes that nobody wanted because the septic was failed and the water was contaminated. Property values at Lakeside Estates dropped to essentially zero. You couldn't sell a house with failed septic and contaminated water. The homes sat empty. The lawns went brown. Within 2 years, the whole development looked abandoned. It was happening everywhere. Developments built in the 70s were failing in the 90s. Developments built in the 80s were failing in the 2010s. The timeline was consistent. 30 years from construction to contamination. 30 years from grand opening to environmental disaster. And every time a development failed, Cole's property became more valuable. Not in dollar terms, though that was true too. In terms of what it represented, the last significant parcel of undeveloped lakefront, the last major clean water source, the last piece of Flathead Lake that still worked the way Flathead Lake had worked for 10,000 years. One afternoon in the summer of 2015, a car pulled into the driveway that Cole didn't recognize. A Tesla. Expensive. Silent. The driver got out and Cole saw it was a young man, maybe 30, wearing jeans and a tech company t-shirt. The man walked up to the porch. "Mr. Brennan, my name is David Park. I'm a software engineer from San Francisco. I heard about your property and I wanted to meet you." Cole gestured to the empty chair. The man sat. "I'm not selling," Cole said, "in case that's why you're here." "It's not," Park said. "I mean, it was, originally. I was going to make you an offer, but then I did some research. Read about the aquifer, about the contamination in other developments, about how you've been refusing offers for 40 years, and I realized I couldn't buy what you have here." "No," Cole said, "you can't. What you have is rarer than anything I could afford. It's not the land, not even the water. It's the certainty. The knowledge that you made the right choice and stuck with it for 40 years. I've made $40 million in stock options and I don't have what you have. What do I have? Park thought about that. Peace, he said finally. You have peace, and that's priceless. They talked for another hour. Park told Cole about his work, about building software that millions of people used, about making more money at 30 than his parents had made in their lifetimes, about buying a house in San Francisco for $3 million and feeling hollow every time he walked through the door. It's just a house, Park said. Expensive, sure. Nice, yeah, but it doesn't mean anything. It's not connected to anything. My parents grew up in Korea, came to America with nothing, worked their whole lives to give me opportunities, and I used those opportunities to make a fortune building apps. And now I have money and a house and stock options and I feel like I'm standing on nothing. He looked at Cole. You're standing on something, on land your father bought, on a promise you kept, on water that's been clean for 10,000 years and will stay clean because you refuse to poison it for money. That's not nothing. That's everything. Cole listened to this young man, this stranger who'd made $40 million and felt poor, and recognized something familiar. It was the same emptiness he'd seen in Michael Warren's eyes back in 1999, the same hunger for meaning that money couldn't buy. What are you going to do? Cole asked. I don't know, Park said. I came here thinking I'd make you an offer you couldn't refuse. Buy this place. Build a house. Live somewhere that meant something. But I realize now that buying your land wouldn't give me what you have. It would just be another transaction. Another thing I owned without earning. So what will you do? Park smiled sadly. Figure out how to build something that lasts longer than the next software update, I guess. Figure out how to make a promise I can keep for 40 years. When Park left, he shook Cole's hand and said thank you. Not for selling, which he hadn't, but for showing that it was possible to say no to $40 million and mean it. For demonstrating that wealth measured in certainty beat wealth measured in dollars. Cole watched the Tesla drive away, silent as a ghost, and thought about that conversation. He'd spent 40 years being called a fool. And now, finally, people were starting to understand that the real foolishness had been selling. That everyone who'd taken the money and developed the land had poisoned their own water and destroyed the thing they'd bought the land for in the first place. The view was still there. The lake was still there. But the water beneath their feet was dying. That fall, Sarah came to visit with data that confirmed what Cole had been observing for years. The Department of Environmental Quality had completed a comprehensive study of groundwater contamination around Flathead Lake. The results were damning. Of 243 developed parcels on the lake, 237 showed detectable contamination in their groundwater. That was 98.5%. The contamination ranged from minor to severe, but the trend was clear and consistent. Development led to contamination. More development led to more contamination. And time made it worse, not better. The 6 parcels showing no contamination were scattered around the lake. 5 were small, under 10 acres each, held by families who'd refused to develop. Cole's property was the 6th and by far the largest. 280 acres of clean water in a lake surrounded by poison. Your property isn't just valuable anymore, Sarah told Cole and Ruth as they sat at the kitchen table reviewing the study. It's critical. If the contamination keeps spreading at current rates, within 20 years, the Western Shore aquifer will be completely compromised. Your artesian springs will be the only significant source of clean groundwater on this entire side of the lake. What happens then? Ruth asked. If development continues, Sarah said, eventually they'll try to pipe water in from somewhere else. Or they'll drill deeper wells, trying to get below the contamination. But deep wells are expensive, and they don't always work. The bedrock doesn't always have water where you need it. Some properties will just be abandoned. People will walk away from million-dollar homes because they can't get clean water. And our property, Cole asked, will become even more valuable, not just as land, as a water source. Someone will eventually try to buy it just to control the water rights, to sell water to the developments that poison their own. Cole was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "That's not going to happen." "I know, Dad," Marcus said. He was sitting at the table too, Otis beside him working on homework. "We know you're not selling." "It's not about selling or not selling," Cole said. "It's about understanding what this land is. It's not a commodity. It's not an asset, it's a responsibility. Your great-great-grandfather bought this land with his ruined lungs. I've protected it for 64 years. You'll protect it after I'm gone. And Otis will protect it after you. That's how this works. That's what a promise means." He looked at his grandson, 14 years old now, doing algebra at the kitchen table, drinking water from a well that tapped into springs older than mathematics. "Otis," Cole said. The boy looked up. "You understand what we're talking about here?" "I think so," Otis said. "The water under our land is clean, and all the water around us is getting dirty." "That's right. And why is our water still clean?" "Because you didn't sell to people who would have built houses and put in septic systems that would have poisoned it." "And why didn't I sell?" Otis thought about that. He'd heard the stories about great-great-grandfather Otis in the copper mine, about the promise, about 40 years of refusing offers. "Because you promised your father you'd keep the land, and because some things are worth more than money." Cole nodded. "That's right. And someday, maybe a long time from now, someone's going to offer your father $10 million for this land. Maybe 20 million, maybe more. And your father is going to say no. And then someday, someone's going to offer you 50 million. And you're going to have to decide, is clean water worth more than $50 million? Is a promise made in 1969 worth more than any amount of money?" Otis looked at his grandfather, at this old man who'd said no to millions and never regretted it. "What if I don't know the answer?" "Then you'll figure it out the same way I did, by asking yourself what matters more. Money you'll spend in 10 years or water that'll be here in 1,000. Numbers in an account or something real you can touch and taste and pass on to your children. And when you've figured that out, you'll know what to do." "I think I already know," Otis said quietly. "What's that?" "The water matters more. It has to. Because money can't fix water once it's poisoned. But water keeps giving you life whether you're rich or poor." Cole felt something loosen in his chest, some worry he'd carried for 14 years without naming it. The fourth generation understood. Maybe not completely. Maybe not with the depth that would come with age and experience. But the seed was planted. The lesson was taking root. That was enough. The years rolled on. 2016, 2017, 2018. Cole turned 87. Ruth turned 85. Marcus was 48. Sarah was 46. Otis was 17, getting ready for college, planning to study environmental science like his mother. The land stayed the same, 280 acres, clean water, a promise kept across 3 generations and holding strong into the 4th. In the spring of 2018, Ruth's health began to fail. Nothing dramatic, nothing sudden, just the slow wearing down that comes at 85 after a long life well lived. She tired easily, forgot things, spent more time sleeping than awake. Cole took care of her the way she'd taken care of him for 49 years, made her breakfast, helped her to the porch so she could watch the lake, read to her when her eyes grew too tired to read for herself. On a warm afternoon in May, they sat together on the porch as they'd done 10,000 times before. Ruth was wrapped in a blanket despite the 70-degree temperature, her hands wrapped around a mug of tea she wasn't drinking. "Do you regret it?" she asked suddenly. "Regret what?" "All of it, the offers, the money, living out here instead of in town, making do instead of having plenty." Cole thought about the question. Did he regret 49 years of marriage to a woman who'd supported every stubborn choice he'd made? Regret raising children on land his father had bought with ruined lungs? Regret protecting water that would still be clean long after he was dust? "Not for a second," he said. "Even though we could have been rich. We are rich. We just measure it differently than most people." Ruth smiled. That same smile she'd given him in 1976, when everyone said he was crazy for refusing Ashford's offer. "I'm glad I married you, Cole Brennan. I'm glad you said yes." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the lake reflect the sky, watching the mountains hold the valley like a promise made in stone. 3 weeks later, Ruth died in her sleep, peaceful, painless. Cole found her in the morning, still and quiet, her face relaxed in a way it hadn't been in months. She was 85 years old. They'd been married 49 years. The funeral was held at the Lutheran Church in Kalispell. 200 people attended, teachers who'd worked with Ruth, parents of students she'd taught, neighbors who'd known her for decades, people who'd called Cole crazy but respected Ruth for standing by him. Marcus gave the eulogy. He talked about his mother's kindness, her patience, her unwavering support of a husband who'd made choices that didn't make sense to anyone else. He talked about how she'd raised 2 children on a third-grade teacher's salary while her husband drilled wells and refused millions of dollars. How she'd never complained, never pressured, never suggested that maybe, just once, Cole should take the money. She believed in him when nobody else did, Marcus said. She believed the land mattered more than money. She believed clean water was worth protecting. She believed a promise made to a dying father was worth keeping even when it meant living without the things other people thought were necessary. His voice broke. "She was right about all of it, and I'm sorry it took me so long to see it." After the service, people gathered at the cabin. Cole sat on the porch accepting condolences, watching people come and go. Late in the afternoon, when most of the guests had left, an old man approached, someone Cole hadn't seen in years. It was Tom Vickery's grandson, the one who'd taken over the dealership. He was 60 now, retired himself, living in Whitefish. "Mr. Brennan," he said, "I wanted to say I'm sorry for your loss, and I wanted to say something else." "All right." "My grandfather spent 20 years calling you a fool. I spent another 10 doing the same. We were wrong, all of us. You weren't a fool. You were the only person in the valley who understood what mattered." He paused. "I sold my dealership 5 years ago, got a good price, invested the money, did everything right according to conventional wisdom. And you know what? The money's fine, it's there, it grows, but it doesn't mean anything. It's just numbers." He looked out at the lake. "You've got something that means something. Land your father bought, water you protected, a family that understands why it matters. That's wealth in a way money can never be. My grandfather should have told you that in 1976. I should have told you in 2008. Better late than never, I guess." Cole shook the man's hand. "Thank you for saying it." After everyone left, Cole sat alone on the porch as the sun went down. The lake turned gold, then pink, then dark. Stars appeared. The same stars that had been there when his father bought this land in 1951. The same stars that would be there when Otis's children inherited it someday. Ruth was gone. His father was gone. The offers would keep coming. The pressure would keep building, but the land would remain. The water would stay clean. The promise would hold. That was what mattered. That was what Ruth had understood from the beginning. That was what Cole would protect until his last breath. In the months after Ruth's death, Cole aged in ways that had nothing to do with years. He moved slower, spoke less, spent hours sitting on the porch staring at the lake, remembering 49 years of marriage and partnership and shared certainty. Marcus came up every week now instead of every month, sometimes with Sarah and Otis, sometimes alone. He'd split wood, fix whatever needed fixing, make sure his father was eating. One Saturday in November, Marcus found Cole in the barn, going through boxes of old papers, Ruth's teaching certificates, tax returns from the 70s, receipts for equipment long since worn out and replaced. "What are you looking for, Dad?" Cole held up a yellowed piece of paper, the original deed from 1951, Otis Brennan's name in faded ink. The purchase price, $11,760. The date, March 15, 1951. "I was thinking about what this cost," Cole said. "Not in dollars, in years. Your grandfather worked 22 years in that mine, breathed poison every day, destroyed his lungs, all to buy 280 acres that nobody else wanted." He looked at Marcus. "And I've protected it for 67 years, refused every offer, kept every promise, so that you could give it to Otis, so that he could give it to his children. That's 90 years so far of one family protecting one piece of land." Marcus took the deed, handling it carefully. The paper was brittle with age, the ink brown instead of black. "How much longer do you think it'll last?" Marcus asked. "The protection, the refusal to sell." Cole thought about that. "As long as someone in this family remembers what it cost. As long as someone knows that your great-grandfather cried when he signed this deed because it meant freedom from the mine. As long as someone understands that clean water is rarer than money and more valuable than any amount we'd be offered." He paused. "Your son understands. I've watched him. He gets it. Maybe not the way I got it. Maybe not the way you got it. But he knows. And he'll teach his children. And they'll teach theirs. And maybe in 200 years some Brennan will still be living on this land, drinking this water, keeping this promise." "Or maybe not," Marcus said quietly. "Maybe someday the pressure will be too much. Maybe someone will sell." "Maybe," Cole said, "but it won't be you. And it won't be Otis. And that's enough. We can't control what happens 4 generations from now. We can only control what we do today." They stood together in the barn, father and son, holding a deed that represented 90 years of sacrifice and stubbornness and faith that some things mattered more than money. Outside, the lake was freezing over for the winter. Inside the cabin, the wood stove was burning. In Bozeman, Otis was studying for finals, drinking water trucked in from municipal sources, dreaming of summer when he could come back to the lake and swim in water that still tasted clean. And somewhere in California or New York or Texas, another developer was planning another offer, certain they could succeed where dozens had failed, certain that everyone had a price, and it was just a matter of finding Cole Brennan's. They were wrong. They'd always been wrong. And they'd keep being wrong for as long as Cole Brennan had breath in his lungs and a promise to keep. That was the value. That was worth more than all the money in Silicon Valley, all the offers from all the developers, all the millions he supposedly left on the table. He'd left nothing on the table. He'd just refused to trade something priceless for something that had a price. And there was all the difference in the world between those two things. Cole Brennan died on a Tuesday morning in January of 2023, 3 weeks before his 92nd birthday. He went peacefully in his sleep, in the same bedroom where he'd slept since 1951, in the cabin his father had built by hand 72 years earlier. Marcus found him at dawn, still and quiet, his face relaxed in a way that suggested he'd seen something good in those final moments. The funeral was held on a Saturday at the Lutheran Church in Kalispell. 400 people attended. The church hadn't seen a crowd that size since Tom Vickery's funeral 20 years earlier. But where Tom's funeral had been about respectability and community standing, Cole's was about something different. It was about understanding that had come too late for some and just in time for others. Marcus stood at the pulpit and looked out at the crowd. He saw faces he recognized and faces he didn't. Old ranchers who remembered drilling wells with Cole in the 80s, teachers who'd worked with Ruth, young families who'd bought properties around the lake in the last decade and were just now discovering what contaminated water meant. Real estate agents, developers, environmental scientists, a representative from the Montana Department of Natural Resources. 2 professors from the University of Montana who'd studied the Flathead Lake aquifer system and knew exactly what Cole had been protecting. My father, Marcus began, spent 72 years living on the same 280 acres of Montana land. He never owned more than 1 truck at a time, never took a vacation that required a plane ticket, never bought anything he couldn't pay cash for. By conventional measures, he died a poor man. His estate consists of a cabin built in 1952, a barn that needs a new roof, 280 acres of undeveloped lakefront property, and $147,000 in savings. Marcus paused. He was also offered over the course of his lifetime approximately $38 million for that land. He said no every single time. For 72 years, people called him stubborn, irrational, a fool. I called him those things too, and we were all wrong. Marcus looked down at his notes, then decided he didn't need them. My father wasn't protecting land. He was protecting water. 400 billion gallons of artesian spring water that's been clean since the last ice age. Water that would have been poisoned within 20 years if any of those $38 million in offers had been accepted. Water that's now the last significant source of uncontaminated groundwater on the western shore of Flathead Lake. He looked up at the crowd. Every development built around this lake since 1970 has contaminated its own water supply within 30 years. Every single one. Septic systems fail. Treatment plants age, ground becomes saturated, and the water dies. My father knew this would happen, not because he was a scientist or an engineer, but because he understood that you can't put 30 houses on land and expect the land to stay the same. You can't process that much human waste through soil and expect the water to stay clean. The math doesn't work. The timeline doesn't work. And my father refused to participate in a lie that everyone else was willing to believe. Marcus's voice grew stronger. He died with $147,000 in the bank. If he'd taken the first offer in 1976 and invested it conservatively, he'd have over $12 million today. If he'd sold at the peak in 2007, he'd have had over $3 million. But he'd also have poisoned the last clean water on this lake. He'd have broken a promise to his dying father, and he'd have spent the last 16 years of his life wondering if he'd done the right thing. Marcus looked directly at a group of younger people in the back, newcomers to the valley who'd paid premium prices for lakefront homes only to discover their wells were contaminated. My father died knowing he'd done the right thing. He died certain. And that certainty, that peace, is worth more than $12 million. It's worth more than any amount of money, because money can't buy back clean water once it's poisoned. Money can't undo a promise once it's broken. Money can't give you peace once you've sold it for profit. The church was silent. My father's last words to me were spoken 6 months ago when I asked him if he had any regrets. He looked at me and said, "I regret that it took 70 years for people to understand what I was doing, but I don't regret doing it." Marcus stepped down from the pulpit. The pastor offered a prayer. The congregation sang a hymn, and then they carried Cole Brennan's casket out to the cemetery where Otis and Ruth were already buried, 3 generations of Brennans in Montana ground, waiting for the fourth. After the service, people gathered at the cabin. It was the first time many of them had seen the property. They walked the land, stood at the shoreline, looked out at the lake. Some of them filled cups with water from the outdoor spigot and tasted it, tasted what 400 billion gallons of uncontaminated artesian water tasted like. Clean, cold, pure. The way water used to taste everywhere before development taught it to taste like chemicals and treatment, and barely acceptable contamination levels. Sarah stood on the porch with Otis, who was 21 now, finishing his senior year at the University of Montana studying environmental science and hydrology. He'd grown tall, over 6 feet, with his father's build and his great-great-grandfather's quiet intensity. "Are you going to keep it?" someone asked Otis, "the land?" Otis looked at his mother. Sarah nodded. "Yes," Otis said, "we're going to keep it. Even though it's worth millions. Especially because it's worth millions. Because that value proves my great-grandfather was right. If the land was worthless, nobody would care if we kept it or sold it. But it's valuable precisely because we didn't develop it. Because we protected the water. Selling now would be like, I don't know, like winning a marathon and then shooting yourself in the foot at the finish line." The person who'd asked, a real estate agent from Whitefish, nodded slowly. "I sold your great-grandfather a comparable property analysis every few years for 20 years. Tried to get him to list. He never even opened the envelopes." "He knew what the land was worth," Otis said. "He just measured worth differently than you do." That afternoon, after everyone had left, Marcus and Sarah and Otis sat at the kitchen table going through Cole's papers. There weren't many. Cole had never been one for accumulating documents, but what was there told a story. Bank statements showing steady deposits over 70 years, never more than a few $1,000s at a time, never withdrawals except for living expenses. The final balance, $147,312.16. Tax assessments showing the land's value climbing from $50,000 in 1976 to $4.2 million in 2023. Letters from developers, dozens of them, some polite, some aggressive, some desperate, all refused. And at the bottom of the box, wrapped in oilcloth, the original deed from 1951. Otis Brennan's signature in faded ink. Purchase price, $11,760. 280 acres at $42 per acre. Marcus held up the deed. "This is what it all comes down to. One piece of paper. One transaction. One man's decision to buy land with money he got for destroying his lungs. Everything that's happened since, every offer we've refused, every promise we've kept, it all traces back to this." "What are we going to do with it?" Otis asked. Marcus looked at his son. "What do you think we should do?" Otis had been thinking about this question for months, since his great-grandfather's health had started failing, since it became clear that the fourth generation would inherit the responsibility sooner than expected. "I think we should make sure it can never be sold," Otis said. "Not by me, not by my children, not by anyone." Sarah leaned forward. "You mean a conservation easement?" "More than that. I mean taking it completely off the market, forever, making it legally impossible to develop or sell." Marcus was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, Your great-grandfather wanted the land to stay in the family. Putting it in a trust or conservation easement means giving up control. Does it? Otis asked. Or does it mean making sure the promise can't be broken even if someone weak inherits it 5 generations from now? Great-great-grandfather Otis protected the land by buying it. Great-grandfather Cole protected it by refusing to sell it. We protect it by making sure it can't be sold. What about the income? Sarah asked. The property taxes alone are $60,000 a year now. How do we pay that if the land is locked up? Otis pulled out his laptop and opened a spreadsheet he'd been working on. I've been modeling this. If we deed the land to a nonprofit conservation trust with the Brennan family retaining life estate, the trust can apply for property tax exemption as a protected natural area. We eliminate the $60,000 annual tax burden. The trust can accept donations. We can set up educational programs, research partnerships with the university, maybe limited public access to the shoreline. Generate enough revenue to maintain the property without developing it. He turned the laptop so his parents could see the numbers. And here's the important part. We protect the aquifer in perpetuity. We make it legally impossible for some future generation to cave to financial pressure and sell. We turn great-grandfather's 70-year refusal into a permanent protection. Marcus studied the spreadsheet. The math worked. The structure made sense, but something about it bothered him. Your great-grandfather fought for 70 years to keep control of this land, to make his own decisions about it. You're talking about giving up that control. No, Otis said. I'm talking about exercising that control in a way that outlasts us. Great-grandfather had the strength to say no for 70 years. What if the 5th generation doesn't? What if my grandson inherits this land and gets offered $50 million and doesn't have the conviction to refuse? We protect against that now. We make the right choice permanent. Sarah spoke up. There's precedent for this. The Nature Conservancy has protected over 15 million acres this way. Land that was vulnerable to development is now protected forever. The families retain connection to the land. They just can't destroy it. Marcus walked to the window. Outside, the lake was gray under winter clouds. Ice formed at the edges where the water was shallow. The mountains beyond were white with snow. It looked exactly the way it had looked when his father was alive, the way it had looked when his grandfather bought it, the way it would look 100 years from now if they did this right. All right, Marcus said, let's do it. The process took 8 months. Lawyers, environmental assessments, geological surveys, negotiations with the Montana Land Trust, paperwork that seemed designed to discourage anyone without absolute commitment. The legal team was led by a woman named Patricia Navarro, 62 years old, a conservation attorney who'd spent 30 years protecting land across the western United States. She'd worked on trusts covering millions of acres, from California redwood forests to Wyoming rangeland. But when she read the Brennan property file, she told Marcus it was the most important case she'd ever taken. Why, Marcus had asked. Because every other property I've protected was being saved from development that hadn't happened yet, Patricia said. Your property is being saved after 70 years of refusing development. That's different. That's proof that individual resistance works. That one person saying no for long enough can protect something until the law catches up. The environmental assessment took 3 months. Teams from the University of Montana documented everything. The aquifer's recharge rate, the spring locations, the bedrock fracture patterns that made the water system unique, the absence of contamination that was present everywhere else. They drilled test wells at 50 locations around the property boundary, collected water samples, tested for every contaminant the EPA tracked and several it didn't. The results were extraordinary. zero nitrates from agricultural runoff, zero phosphates from septic systems, zero pharmaceutical residue, zero microplastics, zero forever chemicals. The water was cleaner than bottled water, cleaner than most municipal supplies, as clean as water gets in the 21st century. The lead hydrogeologist, a man named Dr. James Whitmore from the USGS, spent a week camped on the property taking measurements. On his last day, he sat with Marcus and Otis at the kitchen table and showed them his findings. This aquifer, he said, pointing to a cross-section diagram, is fed by fractures in the Madison Limestone Formation. The fractures go down at least 800 feet, maybe deeper. We can't measure the full extent with our equipment, but what we can measure shows a recharge rate of approximately 2 million gallons per day. 2 million gallons per day, Otis repeated. Every day, for the last 10,000 years, the springs your great-great-grandfather saw when he bought this land in 1951 were already ancient. They'd been flowing since before the pyramids were built, and they'll keep flowing for 10,000 more years if nobody poisons them. Whitmore pulled out another document. I've studied contaminated aquifers for 30 years. I've watched development destroy water systems across the western United States, and I can tell you with absolute certainty that if your family had sold this land to any of those developers, this aquifer would be dead within 20 years. The septic systems would have reached the fracture zones. The contamination would have been irreversible. 400 billion gallons of 10,000-year-old water would have been poisoned in 2 decades. He looked at Otis. Your great-grandfather saved something that can't be replaced, ever. There is no technology that can unpoison an aquifer, no amount of money that can restore water once it's contaminated. What he protected is literally priceless. And what you're doing now, making that protection permanent, is the most important conservation work happening in Montana. By September of 2023, it was done. The Brennan Family Conservation Trust was established as a 501c3 nonprofit organization. 280 acres of Flathead Lake shoreline were deeded to the trust with a permanent conservation easement prohibiting development in perpetuity. The Brennan family retained life estate, meaning Marcus, Sarah, and Otis could live on the property for their lifetimes, and their descendants after them, but the land could never be sold or developed. The Trust's stated mission: protect the last significant uncontaminated artesian aquifer on the western shore of Flathead Lake, provide educational access for research on groundwater conservation, demonstrate that land value and ecological preservation are not mutually exclusive. The property tax exemption was approved. The $60,000 annual burden disappeared. And something else happened that nobody expected. People wanted to donate. The first donation came from a family in Kalispell. They'd bought a lakefront home in 1989 for $300,000. In 2022, their well tested positive for coliform bacteria and nitrate contamination. The county health department condemned the well. The family had to choose between drilling a new well at $40,000 or connecting to municipal water at $80,000. They chose municipal water and went into debt to pay for it. When they read about the Brennan Trust in the newspaper, they sent a check for $5,000 with a note: "Thank you for protecting what we lost." The second donation came from a professor at Montana State who'd studied Flathead Lake ecology for 20 years and watched the contamination spread. $10,000 with a note: "This is the most important conservation work in the state." The third came from a developer in Bozeman who'd built 3 subdivisions around Flathead Lake in the 90s. All 3 now had water quality problems. He donated $50,000 and wrote, "I spent my career poisoning water for profit. The least I can do is help protect what's left." By the end of 2023, the trust had received $400,000 in donations. Families who'd bought lakefront property in the 70s and 80s and were now dealing with contaminated wells. Environmental groups who understood what 400 billion gallons of clean water meant. Scientists who wanted to study an aquifer that hadn't been poisoned. Even a few developers who tried to buy the property over the years and had come to understand that Cole's refusal had protected something irreplaceable. The money funded operations, maintenance, educational programs, and most importantly, it funded the research station. In the spring of 2024, Otis graduated from the University of Montana with degrees in environmental science and hydrology. He was offered jobs in Denver, Seattle, and San Francisco. Good jobs, starting salaries of $80,000, career paths that could lead to six figures within a decade. He turned them all down. Instead, he moved into the cabin on the property, the same cabin his great-great-grandfather had built in 1952. He took a position as the executive director of the Brennan Family Conservation Trust. Salary, $40,000 a year, funded by donations and research grants. His friends from college thought he was crazy, turning down $80,000 to make $40,000, living in a 70-year-old cabin instead of a modern apartment, spending his 20s managing a conservation trust instead of climbing a corporate ladder. But Otis understood something his friends didn't. He was 22 years old and he already knew what his life's work would be. How many people could say that? How many people spent their whole lives searching for meaning and purpose and never found it? He had it. It was 280 acres of Montana land and 400 billion gallons of clean water, and a promise that stretched back 73 years to a copper miner who'd cried when he signed a deed. That was worth more than $80,000. That was worth more than any salary. The cabin needed work. 72 years of Montana winters had taken their toll. The roof leaked in 3 places. The foundation had settled unevenly. The plumbing was original 1952 galvanized pipe that needed replacing. The electrical system was a fire hazard. Otis spent the summer of 2024 renovating. He did most of the work himself, learning skills his great-grandfather had known instinctively. How to patch a roof, how to level a foundation, how to run copper pipe and modern wiring without destroying the cabin's character. He pulled out the old galvanized pipes and found something unexpected. Scratched into the metal, barely visible, were initials. OB 1952, Otis Brennan. His great-great-grandfather had marked the pipes he'd installed, had left a signature that wouldn't be seen for 72 years. Otis kept one section of the old pipe, mounted it on the wall in the cabin's main room, a reminder that the work he was doing now connected directly to the work done 72 years earlier. Same land, same water, same purpose. In the summer of 2024, the trust opened the Otis Brennan Groundwater Research Station. It was a small facility, just a lab and a meeting room, built on the portion of the property furthest from the lake. Researchers from the University of Montana, Montana State, and the USGS came to study the aquifer, to understand how it had stayed clean when everything around it had been contaminated, to document what was being lost everywhere else and preserved here. The research station had equipment Otis barely understood, mass spectrometers for detecting contamination at parts per billion, ground-penetrating radar for mapping fracture networks, data loggers monitoring water levels in real time, all of it funded by grants from the National Science Foundation, the EPA, and private foundations that understood the importance of what was being protected. Dr. Whitmore became a regular visitor, spending weeks at a time on the property, drilling test wells, collecting samples, building the most detailed map of an artesian system ever created. His preliminary findings were published in academic journals. His complete study would take 5 years and fill 3 volumes. But the conclusion was already clear. The Brennan Aquifer is a reference system, a baseline, an example of what groundwater systems across the western United States looked like before development. Once this study is complete, it will be the definitive documentation of pristine aquifer conditions. Every contaminated system in the future will be measured against this. The findings were published in the Journal of Hydrology in the fall of 2024. The paper was titled Artesian Aquifer Preservation Through Land Use Restriction, a 73-year case study. It documented the Brennan property's geological uniqueness, the contamination timeline of surrounding developments, and the economic value of uncontaminated groundwater. The conclusion was stark. If current development patterns continue, by 2045 there will be no uncontaminated shallow aquifers remaining on Flathead Lake's western shore. The Brennan Aquifer will be the only source of clean groundwater accessible without drilling below 600 feet. The economic value of this resource, measured in avoided treatment costs and property value preservation, exceeds $100 million over the next 50 years. The paper was downloaded over 50,000 times in the first month. It was cited in environmental policy discussions in Montana, Idaho, and Washington. It became required reading in hydrology programs at Western universities. And it made one thing absolutely clear. Cole Brennan's 70-year refusal to sell had protected something worth far more than the $38 million in cumulative offers he'd turned down. News coverage followed. Montana Public Radio did a feature. High Country News ran a cover story. The New York Times sent a reporter who spent 3 days on the property and wrote a piece titled "The Family That Said No for 73 Years and Saved an Aquifer." The attention brought more donations, more research proposals, more families who wanted to visit and see what clean water looked like, more students who wanted to study there. The trust established visiting hours. Saturdays only, 10 to 4, maximum 20 visitors. They'd tour the research station, walk the property with Otis explaining the geology, and taste water straight from the well. Water that tasted the way water used to taste everywhere. People cried when they tasted it, especially older people who remembered what water tasted like before development taught it to taste like chlorine and treatment chemicals. One afternoon in October of 2024, Otis was working in the research station when a car pulled into the driveway. A rental sedan. The driver was a man in his 50s, well-dressed, carrying himself with the confident posture of someone accustomed to getting what he wanted. Otis met him outside. "Can I help you?" The man extended his hand. "My name is Richard Chen. I'm a real estate developer from California. I know the property isn't for sale. I know it's in a conservation trust. I know I have no chance of buying it. But I wanted to meet whoever was protecting it and understand why." Otis shook the hand. "You could have just read the trust's mission statement. It's on the website." "I did read it. I want to hear it from you." They walked down to the lake. October in Montana, the aspens already bare, the air carrying the promise of snow. They sat on the dock, the same dock Otis's great-great-grandfather had built in 1952. "Why are you protecting this land?" Chen asked. Otis looked out at the water. "My great-great-grandfather was a copper miner. He worked underground for 22 years breathing poison. It destroyed his lungs. When he couldn't work anymore, the company gave him $12,000 to keep quiet about the silicosis. He took that money and bought this land, 280 acres for $11,760. Otis paused. He died at 63, but before he died, he made my great-grandfather promise never to sell the land. That promise is the only thing he left us that mattered, not the land itself. The promise. The commitment to protect what he'd bought with his breath. And you're keeping that promise. I'm making sure it can't be broken. My great-grandfather kept it for 70 years by refusing every offer. I'm keeping it forever by making it legally impossible to accept an offer. Chen was quiet for a moment. Then he said, I'm developing a property 15 miles north of here, 200 acres, 60 homes. We broke ground last month. The homes will sell for 1.5 to 2 million each. My profit on the project will be around $40 million. Otis nodded. And in 20 years, all 60 homes will have contaminated groundwater. The property values will crash. The homeowners will sue you for non-disclosure. You'll spend your profit on legal fees and settlements, and you'll have poisoned another piece of Montana. Chen looked at him sharply. How do you know that? Because it's happened to every comparable development on this lake for the last 50 years. The timeline is consistent. 30 years from construction to contamination. Your project will hit that mark in 2054. I'll still be here. The water will still be clean, and your 60 homes will be worthless. You sound certain. I am certain, because I'm not guessing. I'm looking at data from 243 comparable properties. 98.5% contamination rate. The math doesn't lie. Chen stood up, looked back at the cabin, the barn, the undeveloped shoreline. What you have here is rarer than I understood. It's not just clean water. It's proof that preservation works. That saying no to development isn't irrational. It's the only rational choice if you care about anything beyond a 30-year timeline. He turned back to Otis. I came here thinking I'd try to change your mind. Show you what this property could become if you just had vision. But you have more vision than I do. You're seeing 100 years into the future. I'm seeing 5 years to project completion and payout. So you understand why we're protecting it. Chen smiled sadly. I understand why you're protecting it. I just don't know how to apply that understanding to my own work. I'm a developer. I develop. That's what I do. Telling me to stop developing is like telling you to stop protecting. It's not a choice. It's what we are. Maybe that's the problem, Otis said. Maybe we need fewer developers and more protectors. Maybe, but the market doesn't pay protectors. The market pays $40 million to create poison and nothing to preserve clean water. That's not a market. That's a mistake. Chen left. Otis watched the rental car drive away, then went back to work. There was water sampling to do, data to log, educational materials to prepare for a school group visiting next week. The work was endless. The budget was tight. The salary was half what he could make anywhere else. But every morning he woke up to clean water. Every evening he watched the sun set over a lake that his family had protected for 73 years. Every night he slept in a cabin built by a man who'd bought freedom with ruined lungs and passed that freedom forward through 4 generations. That was worth more than $40 million. That was worth everything. In December of 2024, the Montana State Legislature passed the Brennan Aquifer Protection Act. The law designated a 50,000-acre zone around the Brennan property as a critical groundwater protection area. New development in the zone would require enhanced environmental review. Septic systems would be prohibited. All wastewater would have to be treated and discharged at least 5 miles from the aquifer recharge area. The law was controversial. Developers said it would kill growth. Property owners said it violated rights. Real estate agents said it would tank values. The debate in the legislature was fierce. One senator from Kalispell argued that the Brennan family's choice to not develop their land shouldn't constrain everyone else's choices. Another countered that everyone else's choices had poisoned 98% of the lake's groundwater, and maybe it was time to stop making those choices. The turning point came when Dr. Whitmore testified. He brought water samples from 15 different properties around the lake, put them in clear glass bottles on a table in front of the committee. 14 of the bottles contained water that was cloudy, discolored, or had visible sediment. The 15th, from the Brennan well, was crystal clear. "This is what we're losing," Whitmore said. "This is what development costs. Every property represented here was pristine 40 years ago. Every single one is now contaminated. We have one chance to stop this pattern. One zone where we can say no more septic systems, no more contamination, no more poisoning of irreplaceable water. If we don't protect this aquifer now, there won't be anything left to protect in 20 years. The committee voted 8-4 in favor. The full legislature followed. The governor signed it into law on December 18, 2024. The governor who signed the bill was at her desk when she did it. Behind her on the wall was a photograph. It showed an old man standing on a dock looking out at a lake. The caption read, "Cole Brennan, 1925 to 2023, the man who said no." After the signing, the governor held a press conference. A reporter asked why she'd supported such a controversial law. "Because 50 years from now," she said, "people won't remember the controversy. They'll remember whether we protected clean water or allowed it to be destroyed. Cole Brennan spent 70 years protecting this aquifer when everyone said he was crazy. The least we can do is protect it with law for the next 70. On a cold afternoon in late December, Otis stood at his great-grandfather's grave. Snow was falling soft and steady. The headstone was simple: Cole Brennan, husband, father, grandfather, keeper of water. Otis had brought a small bottle filled with water from the well. He opened it and poured it onto the ground above the grave. "I'm keeping the promise," he said quietly. "All of us are. Dad, Mom, me. We made sure it can't be broken. The land is protected. The water is clean, and it's going to stay that way." He paused, then added something he'd been thinking about for months. "The legislature passed a law, named it after you. 50,000 acres protected because you showed them it was possible to say no. You spent 70 years being called a fool, and now they're naming laws after you. I think you'd appreciate the irony." The snow kept falling. The lake was freezing at the edges. Spring would come and melt it. Summer would warm it. Fall would cool it. Winter would freeze it again. The cycle would continue forever, the way it had continued for 10,000 years before Cole Brennan and would continue for 10,000 years after. But the water would stay clean. Because one man had said no. And 4 generations had kept saying it. And now finally, no was permanent. In early 2025, Otis met someone. Her name was Emma Richardson. She was 24, a hydrologist working for the Montana Department of Environmental Quality. She came to the research station to collect samples and stayed for coffee, then stayed for lunch, then stayed for dinner. By spring, they were dating. By summer, they were talking about the future, a future that involved the cabin, the land, the water, the promise. She understood, not because Otis had to explain it, but because she worked every day with contaminated aquifers and failed septic systems and developments that had poisoned their own water supply. She'd seen what happened when people chose profit over preservation. She'd tested water that used to be clean and was now toxic. She'd told families their wells were contaminated and watched them realize they'd have to move or go bankrupt trying to fix it. Emma had grown up in Billings, daughter of a petroleum engineer and a high school chemistry teacher. She'd gone to Montana Tech for her undergraduate degree, then to Colorado School of Mines for her master's in hydrology. She could have worked anywhere. Oil companies offered her six-figure salaries to map petroleum reservoirs. Consulting firms wanted her expertise in groundwater modeling. But she'd chosen to work for the state. $48,000 a year to test contaminated wells and document the spread of pollution. To be the person who had to tell families their water was poison. To watch development destroy aquifers and know that she couldn't stop it, only measure it. When she met Otis, when she saw what the Brennan family had protected, something shifted in her. She'd spent 3 years documenting destruction. Here was preservation. Here was proof that it worked. Their first real conversation happened in the research station lab. Emma was testing a water sample from the Brennan well. Otis was entering data from the automated monitoring system. "Your water is absurdly clean," Emma said, looking at the test results. "I've tested over 500 wells in the last 3 years. This is the cleanest I've ever seen. My great-grandfather said no to $38 million to keep it that way." Emma looked up from the results. 38 million. Cumulative offers over 70 years. Developers, investors, private buyers. The highest single offer was $4.2 million in 2005. He said no to all of them. Why? Otis thought about how to answer that. He'd been asked the question 100 times. By reporters, by researchers, by visitors to the property. Everyone wanted to know why. As if there had to be some complex economic analysis or environmental calculation that justified refusing that much money. Because he made a promise to his father, Otis said, and because he understood that some things can't be replaced once you destroy them. Water is at the top of that list. Emma set down the test results. "I tell people every week that their water is contaminated, that the development they bought into has poisoned their well, that they'll have to drill deeper or connect to municipal supply or move. And you know what most of them say?" "What?" "They say they didn't know. They bought a beautiful lakefront home and they didn't know the septic system would fail. They didn't know the ground would saturate. They didn't know the water would die. And I have to tell them that everybody knew. The science was clear. The timeline was predictable, but nobody wanted to believe it because believing it would mean not developing, and not developing meant leaving money on the table." She looked at Otis. "Your family left 38 million on the table, and you saved 400 billion gallons of water. That's the trade. And somehow most people still think your great-grandfather was the fool." "Most people," Otis said, "not all." "Not me," Emma said. 3 months later, Otis asked her to move into the cabin. She said yes. She transferred from the Billings DEQ office to the Kalispell office, taking a pay cut to make it work. 48,000 became 42,000 because the Kalispell position was technically a lower grade. Her parents thought she was crazy. Her friends from graduate school definitely did. Moving to a 73-year-old cabin with a guy she'd known for 6 months to protect an aquifer that wasn't even hers. But Emma understood something they didn't. She'd spent 3 years watching water die. Now she could spend her life watching water live. That was worth $42,000 a year. That was worth a cabin that needed constant maintenance. That was worth saying no to petroleum companies and consulting firms that would have paid her 3 times as much. In September of 2025, Otis asked Emma to marry him. They were sitting on the dock, the same dock where his great-grandfather had proposed to his great-grandmother 76 years earlier. The same dock where 4 generations of Brennans had sat and watched the lake and understood that some things were worth protecting. She said yes. They set the wedding for June of 2026. They'd hold the ceremony on the property down by the lake, the way Marcus and Sarah had done 26 years earlier. They'd invite researchers and conservationists and families who donated to the trust. They'd celebrate not just a marriage but a commitment, a promise to protect, a promise to pass forward. And someday, maybe 5 years from now, maybe 10, they'd have children. And those children would grow up on the same land where their great-great-great-grandfather had learned to swim. They'd drink from the same well. They'd hear the same stories about the copper miner who cried when he signed a deed, and the well driller who said no for 70 years, and the young hydrologist who made the promise permanent. They'd be the fifth generation. And if Otis and Emma did their job right, there would be a sixth. And a seventh. And the water would still be clean. Because that was the promise. That was the value. And that was worth more than all the money in the world. Epilogue. On a quiet morning in March of 2026, Otis stood at the edge of the lake watching the sun come up over the Mission Mountains. The water was still cold from winter, the ice just recently melted. Behind him, the cabin was dark. Emma was still sleeping. They'd marry in 3 months. He'd been awake since 5, thinking about his great-grandfather, about the choices Cole had made, about the offers refused, about 70 years of people calling him crazy and Cole just quietly, stubbornly, certainly saying no. Otis pulled out his phone and opened the calculator. Did the math one more time, even though he'd done it 100 times before. If Cole had sold to Victor Ashford in 1976 for $475,000 and invested it in the S&P 500, with dividends reinvested, it would be worth approximately $14.2 million today. If Cole had sold to Summit Properties in 1996 for $1,050,000 and invested it the same way, it would be worth approximately $4.8 million. If Cole had sold at the peak in 2007 for $3.36 million, even just holding cash and earning 3% interest, it would be worth approximately $4.9 million. The cumulative total of all offers Cole had refused over 70 years, $38.4 million. Otis closed the calculator and opened a different app, the one connected to the trust's water quality monitors, real-time data from sensors placed throughout the aquifer. Nitrate levels, 0.4 parts per million. EPA Safe Drinking Water Standard, 10 ppm. Coliform bacteria, not detected. Heavy metals, not detected. Pharmaceutical residue, not detected. The water was clean. 400 billion gallons of water that had been clean for 10,000 years and would stay clean for 10,000 more. Otis did the math differently now. 400 billion gallons. If you sold it as bottled water at $1 per gallon, it would be worth $400 billion. If you measured it by treatment cost avoided, by property values preserved, by ecosystem services maintained, by human health protected, the number got bigger still. But those numbers were as meaningless as the 38 million in refused offers, because you couldn't sell it. Not anymore. Not ever. The promise was kept. The water was protected. And somewhere, Otis liked to think, his great-grandfather was watching. Not just Cole, but Otis the First, the copper miner who'd bought freedom with his breath, who'd cried when he signed a deed because it meant he'd never have to go underground again. They'd kept his promise. All of them. 4 generations and counting. And the water, the last honest water on Flathead Lake, was still clean. Still pure. Still flowing. Still free. That was the value. That was the legacy. And that was worth more than all the money that would ever be offered, all the pressure that would ever be applied, all the temptation that would ever exist. Because some things, once you sell them, you can never get back. And clean water was at the very top of that list. Otis walked back to the cabin as the sun cleared the mountains and light spilled across the lake. Emma was awake now, making coffee. The smell drifted through the open door. He stepped inside. She handed him a cup. They stood together at the window, looking out at 280 acres of protected land and 400 billion gallons of clean water, and a future that stretched forward as far as anyone could see. And Otis knew, with the same certainty his great-grandfather had known, that they'd made the right choice. Not because the land was valuable, but because it was priceless. And there was all the difference in the world between those two things.